to open doors.
Greetings, friends, and welcome back to the Tales of Ithalian, where a group of nerds and odd ducks play D&D. I'm your storyteller, JARON. As this is our 4th session, I'm going to have everyone go around and state who they're playing.
I'm Lane, and I play CAEDRIK.
I'm Levi, and I play DATH'TAN.
I'm Nick, and I play KELSION.
I'm Amy, and I play SAAKA.
I'm Liam, and I play Care.
I'm Nathan, and I play COIL.
Okay, there are no further announcements, and it's been a while, guys, so welcome back.
It's been almost 2 months.
Yeah, I know. How to date this. Is everyone ready?
Ready when you are.
Without further ado, let's get comfy and let's begin. Last we left off, our group of acquainted adventurers were in the midst of waiting for a judgment to pass on the situation between a member of a caravan that they've joined in Rala, a brown-haired woman who is quite quiet but has talked to them every once in a while in this entire investigation, and Kramer, her son. They were going to see if they would be kicked out, as it was discovered that Kramer, the young boy, who is the child of Rala, was the one responsible for the death of a workhand of the caravan. However, as the day passed and the heads of the caravan began to gather everyone around, you all taking posts of watch, KELSION was grabbed. Medra, a tall, pale woman with a crystal embedded in her forehead, was simply an illusion in this grouping. Her true self is a widow hag form, grabbing and taking KELSION in a flurry of webbings and attacks, taking him over the cliff edge nearby the encampments of wagons. Being dazed as you were swung low, KELSION was stunned by the crystal and taken into the cave. The rest of you gave chase, Lux, the golden tiefling, leader of this caravan, accompanying you all, ready to assist you in any way he can. You all entered this cavern, the low cylindrical shape giving way to the stalactites and stalagmites everywhere, along with webbed traps you found. DATH'TAN spotted both his friend attached to the roof in a cocoon of webbing, and he also saw Medra staring down at him. A fight ensued. Upon taking a slight battering, the green tiefling DATH'TAN lost control, leaping into a frenzy and attacking both Medra and his acquaintances in the fight. I don't know what just happened.
Dance party!
Yeah, I'm like trying to lower the sound over here.
Oh, yeah. Apparently my phone has gone rogue.
Went from Dungeons and Dragons to Dungeons and Disco.
Yeah, it's like play radio on my playlist instead. It's like, let's just pull from anything.
There you
Anyway.
go. Can that be a thing?
Yes, later.
Upon taking a slight battering, the green tiefling DATH'TAN lost control, leaping into a frenzy as he took the form of a large lichen, attacking both Medra and his acquaintances. In the fight, Lux, ANETH, and even DATH'TAN ended up being knocked out, brought to the brink of death. However, due to an item found on Lux, KELSION was able to bring these strangers back from death's door. SAAKA, having joined the battle, finished Medra. The battle then ended. There were mixed emotions of confusion and anger. In the midst of this, both coins and items were found and discovered in the area. Which, as this happened, Lux trailed outside and was followed by ANETH, who spoke with the torn tiefling, having lost a friend. As you spoke of what happened and traveled back up, it was decided by Lux to push the blame for the death of both workhands so far to Medra, allowing Rala and Kramer to stay. Both Rala and Lux that night, passing their gratitude to you, allows you to get a night's sleep, which was well deserved. You all woke in the morning, that problem having ended. KELSION taking the reins of Medra's wagon for the moment, you all began to move out the caravan once again onto the Neuron Highway. And that is where we left off. As usual so far with the weather you experience, you find that the sun is warm and comforting, yet it only does so much as the cold winds still blow through. You see several hills and dips rolling onward, the stretch of land widening to show more space to the island. Several circular stones rise with flat surfaces spread about everywhere. These miniature plateaus that only rise 100 feet or more. Slanted trails leading up to them, or even on the sides zigzagging up and down. For as much as this place is boasted for being a place of gears and brain power, Totara, its indisputable forms of stone and nature still exist here. It's as if you're walking through an ancient city of just trees and stone. People seem just to be walking past and don't give a second thought to these old standings of mountainous sizes and forests around. Relics of what this island used to be. Simply rock and tree, plateaus and caverns, an island. You are yet to fully discover what lies before you. As the horses slowly pull on and this caravan trots itself along peacefully, some of you contemplate what sights are to be beheld while you are here. The experience is already proving out of the ordinary for most of you. You push onwards, some of you riding in wagons, others walking along with the caravan. You begin looking about. Perception check for those that want.
I am still asleep.
Okay. You're sleeping in the back of a wagon.
As they're walking, they can maybe even faintly they can hear.
Are you in the back of now Kelsion's wagon?
I would say so.
I'll make a check.
As you're riding? Yeah. Sure thing.
Oh, this quarantine has cursed me. That's a 9 total.
I suppose I'll have my familiar kindness as we're going along as an owl. And it is a 15.
Kelsion, 9.
I guess I'll make it one.
Anyone else? Like I said, 2 or 3 normally.
I'll take the last one.
Sure. 10. Okay. You being, not out on the sides or the flanks on either side of this, like, dusty, both like pebble and dirt-ridden trail, you're no longer on the sides being able to keep like a good lookout. You're really only seeing what comes into your peripheral as there is a wagon in front of you and behind you. So not much can be seen. You're a bit distracted and on edge as you, from yesterday's experience, still are a bit scared of what your teammates or your acquaintances could end up doing to you within the next few nights. Karen, you are the only one who at this point seems less rattled in this entire situation, or even in the beginning to end and the healing of this situation. You're fine, and you simply look to your owl, who doesn't seem to be used to an owl. Your old snake companion seems to be just over and over again looking over its wings and its entire body, but gets the gist of what you wish, and as you toss it into the air, I'm assuming you're taking into its field of vision.
As I'm walking along, I would occasionally do so just to get my own vision of what the surrounding is.
Coil, as you walk, you kind of feel every once in a while that like Care just kind of grabs your shoulder and allows you to walk and lead him, so he's not standing completely still without his senses. Looking through, you're familiar. Keeping an eye on everyone that you can see, having a top field view, it's very helpful. So you see that your other acquaintances are positioning themselves into places where they can kind of keep track of one another, especially you notice that SAAKA is kind of further back, keeping a tail specifically on DATH'TAN. Not right on top of him, but it is keeping her eyes on him. There is no threat that is immediately just out there or seemingly brushing the caravan. It's peaceful. The day is yours, it seems. The sounds of birds and other small wildlife can be heard as you are up there in the senses. You feel almost like the rushing of wind, the small, cool breeze that keeps hitting you every once in a while as you have taken into the senses of your owl friend. Nature is bustling around you as you make your way along the highway. What are the rest of you doing? You kind of come to an interesting feeling of the wind rushing against feathers and things that care is not used to having any senses of. But it's very much more sensitive than you would think. Very tingly, almost like a tickle. And coming out of it, you almost feel like your nose still has a bit of a itch to it. Overall, that's right.
Hopefully today should be less interesting than it was prior.
I say to Coil, who's kind of was leading me along the way, as I lost my own senses.
He's sort of just strutting along, trying to keep Kale from falling over anything.
I know that you were busy in your own mind during the battle with the thing that was Maedra. But know that I ask that you stick closer. SAAKA will not always be there to help us. And she and other things like that are dangerous. SAAKA is nice. At least seems to be. But as for Maedra and fights like that, stick closer to me, please.
He pauses for a second before continuing. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else doing it?
I'm trying not to crash. I don't steer a wagon every so often.
Do me a favor, as you are pretty unfamiliar with
Not have
this.
said that.
Go ahead and make an animal handling check. As you are in the midst of holding the reins of two horses.
I need to keep my mouth shut next time. Quarantine has definitely cursed me. 8.
8.
Oh no.
They're on the road. That's the good thing.
That's the good part.
The bad thing is that they'll stop randomly and seemingly are very defiant as these two horses that are just like plodding along will all of a sudden just stop or even begin like rustling or bumping into each other as you're not doing a great job. So you end up like pulling the reins back and like kind of pushing or and pulling on their necks, and they begin like kind of bumping into each other back and forth in defiance of one another and you. And you wake up not too long after as the wagon begins kind of like bumping way more than it normally is. Kind of wake up to being bounced around. You wake up and you see the several shells on either side, very well crafted and made, kind of stuck to the sides of the wood in the wagon until the cloth takes over and makes the roof above you. Maedra was, for the most part, a very good clothes maker. A lot of these like darker shirts and clothing is nice. Nothing amazing, but they're probably better than what you would normally wear on your own.
Yeah.
But you kind of come to and you hear small curse words coming from the one taking the reins up front.
I try to go back to sleep.
Okay. It's a little bit difficult, but you've roughed out some harsher conditions than this, so it doesn't take long.
It's real hibernation hours.
Yes, indeed. Is anyone else doing anything?
So, remind me in regards to last session, how present was SAAKA for the reveal of DATH'TAN and the conversations that came thereafter?
She, due to hearing cries of panic from you specifically, because you were talking to Satyr, jumped down and took the damage onto the platform of stone that was out there. Survived, ran through the tunnel, and asked you where the enemies are. and she actually saw DATH'TAN in his like form. And she was one, along with you, that kind of began an interrogation of him, but kind of led up as you kind of figured no questions would be answered for you.
So if you would like to, in character, because you also, out of character, were not present for that particular session.
So, did we get any interrogating out of him?
So,
Any questions? Were any questions answered?
from what I recall, correct me if I'm incorrect, they had both known about his condition. They had known that it was a possibility and that there was...
This could be a conversation.
Correct.
Yes.
But this is also information that she would already know out in character.
Yeah, I was not present for that
We had
session.
that discussion.
Yep.
A long time ago.
It was
Yep.
2 months ago.
So they knew about DATH'TAN's condition, and they had some possibility that he was responsible for the killings, but it is concrete that he did not. And they had taken steps before to prevent problems.
Okay.
But
I remember
during
now.
battle, he did nearly kill Lux. He did nearly kill ANETH. Almost
And
killed
Coil.
Coil.
Oh.
So
And we just kind of let him go afterwards.
we
And-
did not. We pursued them both in conversation, but since it's clearly a fight-based problem, it seems like we did not.
Did we come into a conclusion of what necessarily is going to need to be done?
There were so many other things
Or-
happening
yeah.
that night that we did not come to a conclusion about what is going to be done about the DATH'TAN problem.
So okay, so you
The DATH'TAN dilemma.
The DATH'TAN dilemma.
Can you send me a soda?
Okay, so
I hate it.
I was closely following you. It looks like to
Yeah.
keep
You were
an eye on
tailing
you.
him.
You
Okay.
were like behind me.
Where are you?
So I would just say like to the right of the caravan,
You,
along
you
with.
normally, as far as in my notes, you normally would tail to the right of Lux's car. So you're up in front.
I was
And
normally
you-
at the back
Yeah,
left.
you were in the
Like
middle.
the very back.
You were in the middle to tailing the back end. As was discussed before, SAAKA is having her eye on you. So as you are in the back left, she's in the right left. Well, not right left. Back right and watching you from there.
Okay, I think I will continue to make sure you know that you are not going to leave my sight until we can all sit down to have a conversation. So
you just keep dead eyeing him?
yes, and make it very uncomfortable for you as
It is
her
very clear
eyes
that
are
she's doing
piercing.
it. She
the
is
back
not
of your
hiding this
skull.
at all. Every time you slowly turn your shoulder, there is a muscular half-orc woman with a great sword on her back, just following and staring, following and staring, not saying a word.
She wants you to
Her owlbear
feel,
cloak just kind of dragging along the dirt as she walks.
just make you feel as uncomfortable as you can.
Ooh, you're in trouble.
You know, Saaka, you can just say words as well instead of just staring at me.
She just continues to stare into your soul.
I've had worse done. You can stop trying that. Good thing that we're okay. I'm going to take out the glove that I got from the cave. Going to undo my left gauntlet, slide on the glove, and then put my gauntlet back over it.
Sure thing. A very nice and detailed gauntlet, taking imagery of what seems to be a bird or sparrow. As you place it on, it's actually very well detailed and much more intricate than you would think. Placing over your other gauntlet, you get a feel. It's a bit awkward to have 2 layers of gauntlets on you, but it seems to work well enough. You're still able to have full range of motion with your wrist and hand. Just going to take a little bit of getting used to being sweaty on your forearms.
Yeah.
That reminds me. So perhaps not during the. We'll save this conversation for when the card is stopped. Actually, never mind.
Trudging along.
I mean, I want to test what the thing does.
Sure thing. What are you going to do?
You see, Saaka sees you looking at her, pulls her sword, and says, "Don't try anything."
The sword sinks into the ground with a heavy thud noise as she stares right at you.
I'm gonna try to, activate it, or what, or however the glove works.
And
Try to open up what the thing does again. Give me 1 second.
Doves.
Pigeons.
Bones.
gets his head chopped off.
Yeah.
I don't recall what that glove does.
I am scrolling back up. Hold on. I
The
should
spell
have
that can
researched
either
this.
do damage or heal. That's
All
as
right,
much as my memory serves.
I'm going to activate it to cast the brass sparrow out of it.
Saaka, what you see from this dark glove with what is a carved metal brass sparrow that kind of ends on the knuckle area and hand, extending out in its open wings. You see it slowly beginning to vibrate and emanate a color as almost small, what looks to be dust particles of brass light slowly flecks away from the brass itself, like it's slowly being chipped away to show the form of a small glowing sparrow that's just sitting on his hand, perched. It then slowly begins to flutter and fly away, getting used to its wings as it's spinning to and fro, back and forth, until it slowly comes back and just lands right on his shoulder.
Saaka goes up and tries to see if it will go through or if it's an inanimate object.
As you kind of hit it,
Yeah.
it moves. It has a physical form in it. And tries to right itself from the air as even your small little movement of a hand slaps it right off the shoulder. It doesn't seem to be making noise, but
What is that?
Yeah. It's a sparrow. It's a bird.
She just gives you a deadpan look and be like, "Where did it come from?"
I'm guessing this glove.
She punches you in the face.
make an attack roll. Use your strength.
Can I use your d20?
Sokka's not happy.
10.
15, I believe. Your strength is 5.
Oh, yeah.
No? Okay.
No.
You see it coming as she's cocking backwards. So you are able just to duck pretty easy. However, the force of wind that's heard as goes over your head. You feel like it could have taken it right off as you landed.
Like, magical glove. Birds. I don't know exactly what it does, but Lux gave me a rundown. I think it can either. I don't know.
Sokka's just.
So
I'll
she's
punch him again.
Saaka is absolutely livid. She's a little embarrassed the fact she missed, especially not a moving object. So she doesn't
Well,
say
he
anything.
ducked under. He's faster
Yeah.
than you.
Yeah.
Especially for what probably makes you more advanced is that he's taller than you, and you somehow missed a being taller than you.
So she's ticked, right? So she doesn't say anything, and she just points to go forward.
I send the bird forward.
He makes a slight little bird whistle as it goes.
She takes a deep breath, points again to go forward.
I'm gonna start walking forward, and then I want to see if I can make the bird land on her head.
You do see it as it begins to approach, but the bird that was like beginning to catch up and get into about the middle of the space of the caravan loops around and begins headed straight for you, Sokka.
it gets close enough, I'm gonna smack it from the air.
Make an attack roll.
Can I use Mage Hands to pick up a small rock off of the
Pull
ground
this
in
real
an
quick.
attempt to block the?
These
We're
guys are in the
super
back
far
of the
away,
group.
yeah.
Dang
You
it.
guys are up in the front.
Yep.
What did you roll?
Your dice is cursed.
I know it's
That would've been
okay.
cool.
Are you
It's
not rolling your own dice?
What did you roll?
no. I got a nat one.
You could go reckless.
Reckless on a burn.
Name of my new band.
If you want to, or you want to go reckless.
No, but I want to try to smack it again. I will.
So yeah, you open palm, just try to swing into the air, and the bird just like gracefully, in between your thumb and finger, just flies right over. It seems just to almost be hummingbird style, flapping its wings right in front of you.
Does the sound of orcish
That's
curses
better.
reverberate throughout the caravan?
I try to hit it again, and I got a 17.
Okay. That'll hit it. Go ahead and roll damage on your end. It does damage or it does healing.
Oh, yeah.
It has a hit point.
Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna do it for healing because I'm nice.
Okay.
It was.
I think everyone else would have rolled over damage.
Yeah, I didn't want to anger her more. 6.
She's just like, what? She looks very
As
confused.
you hit it with just a full-on punch, no longer trying to slap, you just hit it center mass with a fist as you cock back and swing. It seems just to turn into a brass dust and fall on your arm.
SAAKA is confused and slightly annoyed that it didn't have a crushing or some blood or anything.
Can you have
satisfying.
SAAKA is confused and slightly annoyed as your catchphrase?
Talking in the third person. That'd be pretty great.
As she punches it, just all the bones in her hand shatter, then just join back together like crazy diamonds.
SAAKA walks away. She walks forward. Yeah.
Anyone else doing it?
Mhm.
Okay. Looking about, keeping an eye on everyone you can see. You keep watch for the day. It's a peaceful one at that. You find that your travel for the day comes across without strife, calming some of you, glad to have peace for a day. Others disappointed that another foolish little pest isn't going to be squashed by you. You find that night comes to you all, and as the caravan pulls to the left side of the road in a line, the stones and trees still scattered about scarcely, and that your bodies, still worn and tired from the previous nights, will quickly find rest until you're woken up for your watch. Who's going to take the first watch?
I've assumed that I've slept for like 15 hours to be awake, so I can take a watch.
Sleeping through the day, you do indeed find yourself with more energy than most and confused as to why everyone's so tired if you wake up at night.
But yeah, I could take
Sure. Caravan is stopped, and as some of you prep for the night before going to sleep, are any of you doing anything?
I would like to go find hair.
We have several things to discuss.
Pretty easily found amongst the people sleeping on either side of the road at this point. As you guys didn't pull off to any sort of grassy field or piece, you are just right next to the side of the road and are scattered about on either side. Here, once again, is found near Lux's wagon. Lux himself just kind of sitting up on his seat on the wagon, right up by the reins, and he's kind of playing on his lute a chord or two. Care is found as you found him so far, just staring into his cards by the time that you find him.
Hair.
Yes.
We need to talk.
about the wolf?
And other things.
Here or elsewhere?
You choose.
I looked to Lux and I looked to Coil.
Here will be fine, I think. So, what's on your mind?
I've spent this entire day watching him, following him. He is frustrating.
My mind goes back to the first time I met him and he was trying to pickpocket from a crowd and I caught him in the act.
Yes. Frustrating might be a good word for his kind.
He hasn't done anything. He created this bird from his arm.
Yes, that would be the gauntlet. I identified it when we first found it. It's an interesting trinket.
What exactly is it? I punched the bird and it went poof.
To my understanding, it's a simple summoning thing. It is a creature under his control. It can heal or not heal, if you understand.
So he has the choice.
I believe so. I do not know how much control he honestly has over that form, or how close of an eye we should have on him.
That was my next question. He tried to pretty much kill half of our party.
If the only time it comes out is in a fight, we may wish to keep him out of battle unless it is dire, but I do not know.
My only concern is they kept this a secret for this long. What other things are they hiding?
I am certain that you could throw a stone and hit a person who is keeping a secret, regardless of what direction you threw it.
I look to Lux.
Why do you think I'm all the way up here?
What are your thoughts on our interesting friend?
You see that he kind of puts the lute to the side and he kind of looks up and he goes, well, the person within me speaks that everyone at some point should be forgiven, as revenge or hate will only breed more revenge and hate. It only ends with revenge. But the cut coming from the top of the back of my neck to the lower part of my spine speaks that he is a danger and probably should be put into restraints until there is some form of certainty that we are safe from him.
I feel like we need to have this conversation with Daphne.
I would agree, I think. If he cooperates, it would be better for everyone.
And if he decides to let the other one out,
I think I would be more scared of our tall friend here.
So I look to SAAKA.
Thank you.
would you be able to put him down should he do that again?
I will have no problem.
I do not doubt your physical capability. I'm more asking, are you willing to? I do not know your ties with him.
I have zero ties with him. If anything, I find him a bit annoying.
That somewhat assures me. Just so I know, we have ties, correct?
You don't find us annoying, do you?
Not yet. You'll know.
I bet I would. I doubt the least of my concerns would be a scratch down my back.
Before we go approach DATH'TAN, one more thing. You picked up a book from Midra's domain.
Yes.
It is of interest to me.
Is it now?
I propose a trade. I have here a ring that, when connected to you, allows you to move out of harm's way and increases your durability.
I feel like that may be a useful tool for you to keep, as I am not afraid to be in harm's way.
I suppose there is truth to that. But knowledge is ever my goal, and that particular book presents knowledge in itself.
You do see that the ring he held up is a thin, small, dark metal ring with a tiny, light blue cracked stone that the metal seems to be swirling and centering itself. It seems to sometimes just shake or move on its own.
What kind of knowledge can come from this kind of book? To me, it is just a plain book, but to you, it is deemed valuable.
My knowledge of the arcane is lacking, I would say. I have not had a teacher in years. But this is a teacher of its own kind. It is a shortcut to knowledge.
Tell it to me straight. You're talking in riddles here.
I would like it because it's magical. And it would provide me with more magic with which to progress my goals in this life.
You seem pretty magical. Why do you want more?
Because once you stop growing, you start shrinking or you are killed.
You and your riddles. One more time.
This book would allow me to gain 2 spells. And 1 intelligence point. And you are barbarian and do not cast spells when you are raging.
Kara begins to get a bit of a nosebleed, and so do you. Being awake and have gotten out of the wagon, you do see that they are conversing, however you do not hear what they're saying. You see that Kara is beginning to explain, but SAAKA just seems to be getting angrier and angrier while looking at him.
He just kind of chuckles. He's just kind of keeping watch.
So, it will give you more power.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to let you have more power.
A year and a half down the road when he has like disintegrate. Remember when you didn't give me the book?
Polymorph book.
No. I'm just making my rounds, right? Isn't that what I would normally do?
Well, everyone's kind of getting ready for the night. You're kind of waking up and getting a feel for the situation.
I will try not to be insulted by
Your
this.
acquaintances are lying around in our
It's
I'm
been a
not
while.
saying no.
They're like proper characters, right?
Yeah, they are full.
But I'm not saying yes.
While they're distracted, can I try climbing on the roof of the nearest one?
Sure. I'd say say make an acrobatics check because I'm assuming you're trying to climb up onto the outside of it.
Yeah. That would be.
Well, I suppose I will equip this for the time being. While you decide.
Let me think on this more. I may have a counter offer for you.
22.
I see. I look forward to it.
As you're kind of like beginning to speak, not being super stealthily, you notice that Coil has kind of put one foot up on the wheel and is slowly climbing up onto the wheel of one of these wagons. And now, using his small claws, is climbing surprisingly with just kind of like his top half of strength, climbing up the cloth of the wagon up on Lux's cart, and Lux is just slowly walking down to climb higher and higher. He seems more impressed.
I am taller than everyone.
No.
Please don't ruin any of it.
Okay.
If you tear a hole in that, you're paying for it.
You're a lot bolder than from down there.
Thanks.
That one, yeah.
It's dying. He's just like in a fit of laughter.
Yeah, for him to hear it, Coil would have had to kind of yell that one out. So that was much more clear to hear in comparison to the low hushed tones of SAAKA and Care.
Sokka tries to peer over his head. Oh yeah, you are.
Not super hard. You do already stand above Care's height.
Okay, well then she just looks down at you. Isn't there something
Care is
magical
someone
you could do to that?
Someone who normally does not care about your physical appearance, you do feel a little bit attacked as their smallness is being pointed out.
You could do something about those teeth of yours.
These teeth can chew through anything.
I'm sure they won you the beauty pageants in the Barbarians Club.
It's just on the ground.
I'm trying not to break character.
It floats.
Very gruff and just extremely loud laugh can be seen from the dwarf who is rolling on the ground.
Are both is Karen and SAAKA like actually bursting out laughing? Because that's fine.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
SAAKA gives a loud laugh and you, Care, are trying to hold it together.
I'm sure you didn't win any either from wherever you are from. Are beauty pageants a thing in like this kind of
I'm
world?
assuming that you have an
I
armor.
am certain somewhere, yes.
I would assume that I would before I start the watch. Because I'll be up all night.
But in this
I'm
moment,
from the
In
Steel
this moment,
Sheets.
you
I'm
don't
certain they
don't
cheat
believe
the
with
beauty
plate
pageants.
armor.
I know.
Magical
do you think that I would have
illusions.
gotten up
All
and
of it.
put on my plate armor first?
We walk
Not
around.
fair.
No,
Probably not.
Probably not.
I'll
Okay.
give you that
I would
one.
say that you're in your trousers. and probably just-
I would say that you're right.
Normal shirt.
I plan on putting on my plate armor before I go to sleep.
That's fine.
Let us go solve this wolf problem immediately.
Justin.
Well, so you
Welcome
coming
back,
with?
everyone.
Yeah. Now that we're all laughing here.
Care, Coil, me, am I coming with? Coil, are you coming with?
Coil's kind of just sitting,
I like
his
it.
feet dangling, going off the sides of the wagon. The sheets and the cloth are actually like quite strong and tense to keep out most of the rain or anything like that. They feel a bit damp out of some days of rain that have already hit you, but through the sun have dried out and it's soft. It doesn't smell the best, but it's still good. It's not harsh or anything rough.
He's just vibing up there.
Okay. So, you two most definitely would have heard the laughter coming from SAAKA and CAEDRIK.
Yeah.
But within a few moments, you do see that you yourself kind of standing as you were in his wagon, standing nearby.
Mhm.
The three of you now see the two of them approaching you. SAAKA seemingly in interesting spirits, looking as if she's trying to stay tense, but having a tear or two in her eye.
I'm just still like Satyr. He's trying to maintain composure, but he's still kind of holding in like a little bit of a chuckle.
I use Mage Hand to wipe the tears off Sokka's face.
She looks
As you're walking, you just see a small, pinkish, what looks to be like ethereal paw, just try to like get up to your face and slowly like tries wiping at your eye, and it's kind of slow and uncomfortable. Because your back is turned to
I'm on
Coil, and
the
Coil's
goat.
trying to do this.
Are you just vaulting from cart to cart to
Does-
follow us?
Does Sokka know it's Coil?
There'd be quite a few feet of space. But
It's a
you don't
paw,
have
so
to.
yes.
Yeah. It's like, okay, thank you, Coil.
You're welcome.
Pushes the paw away. Or tries to.
It disappears right after.
He
Yeah, push
trusts
away
you,
with
you
him,
know. So, we're going to go talk to the interesting one.
At this point, you, unless you have changed your position, you're still in the back of the carriage.
I would have definitely changed my position at this point.
But Kelsian, I'm assuming you still be at the wagon
Yeah, more
or
likely.
nearby, at least. And you yourself waking up, standing next to it as you were inside of it, are most definitely. So, where would you be?
Probably at one of the furthest points outside.
Okay, so kind of on a
Near,
perimeter
yeah,
knapsack.
yep.
Okay, so at least Kelsian and CAEDRIK.
Just, distancing.
Just social
We
distancing.
got a social distance.
Maintaining that good 6 feet.
But you see
If there's, like, a
Kelsian
tree
kind of
line,
next to
probably
one of the
near the
wagon
tree line.
wheels, trying to get to sleep in a knapsack, and CAEDRIK, who's now in dark brown trousers, a white shirt, his beard still pretty well kempt along with his hair. He looks to you all as you approach.
Hey, what was that all about?
You heard nothing.
I definitely heard something. And it was fucking funny.
Don't make me punch you.
Try.
Please don't.
I poke hair with me. to-
I'm like, sure. If I resist, I might get just punted.
like Garfield.
And we already, so we.
Well, I'm down with
Okay, okay.
Kelsian is trying to get to sleep near you guys, right by the wagon at this point that you approach.
No.
We are going to go have a talk with your compatriot about things. If you would like to join us.
He's kind of rolled away and slowly rolls to you.
That's between you and him.
Hey, wake up! I said, like, slap his face.
You don't get to talk. You slept all day.
The purple tiefling who's like trying to roll back, you get a strong hand on your shoulder as you're kind of pulled to and back and forth slapped. Not very hard, but still annoying and painful.
You slept all day. Let me sleep.
That is true.
There, it's true. Now let me sleep.
Kind of, Sokka comes in, pushes Cedric aside, grabs the front of your
Hey, what are you doing?
tunic, and tries to lift you up so you can.
So it's pretty interesting as due to your height, her hand just palms your face and kind of pushes you back.
I'm like, hey, what do you want?
And from there, the looming shadow of the night sky of Sokka standing over you is very present as suddenly your shirt is grabbed and you are pulled out of your knapsack. You're still, once again, taller than her, so your feet are on the ground, but you're hoisted up.
Fine, I'll go. Let me bring my knapsack so I can sleep on the way over. Someone's gonna have to carry me over because I'm not walking.
Slowly start dragging him.
In the knapsack.
As you're trying to like find yourself back in the knapsack, you find that she just lets you go and you onto the ground and begins dragging you by the leg. It is not comfortable. You are not getting to sleep.
I'm not having to watch. I'm winning.
However, there are some rocks that are like just a bit bigger than normal and are hitting your arms, legs, and sometimes even hitting you in the face.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get to sleep soon. I'll buff that out later.
So we arrived to where you are sitting.
You see that your friend, the purple tiefling with rusty hair, is like being dragged by one leg, still trying to like hold a knapsack as a pillow.
We're walking over.
I hold a hand out. I promise he's alive.
How much taller is him?
They're not letting me
I'm
sleep.
6 foot thereabouts,
Stop.
like an average height.
Okay, got it. In that case, you're about equal
I kind of go from an angle where I can see the back of his head. I'm like a little far behind.
height. There are trees scattered about everywhere. on the right side of the
propped
path.
up to a tree.
Okay. So you
She's
guys
right,
find
you are kind of bald.
a tall but thin tree.
Yes, you are kind of short. I'm glad you noticed.
Surprisingly, you have
Fucking it.
seen quite a few dwarves in your life. He's pretty tall for a dwarf, standing about 4.5 feet tall.
This is really getting to you, huh?
All right, it's the actual business at hand.
We have come to talk about your condition.
You guys are about 40 feet away from the main line of the caravan road at this point by a small, thin tree. What seem to be pine cones kind of littering the area along the very thin needle-like leaves that are around.
While they're talking, I want to listen to the conversation and be able to put in input, but I want to, every once in a while they're talking, I want to turn around and just keep watch, make sure we're not going to
Make a
get
perception
flanked
check.
or anything.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
23.
Okay, for sure. Taking a look around, no one seems to move. There's, of course, a notice of the loud disruptions of laughter
Mm-hmm.
and the sight of a purple tiefling acting like a child being dragged face first through the ground up to this point. So, like, people know that something's going on, but they're not making any moves toward you, and there seems to be no hostile steps.
I want to keep that perception, like, if I can, as we're talking.
You're just being wary as
Yes.
this conversation goes. Perfectly. Okay. So you had already begun speaking.
We wish to talk about your condition.
You mean the lichen?
Yes, if that is your name for it.
Well, it's the curse that I have.
So I understand that you are not quite in control of it.
No.
We are concerned for our safety as well as the safety of the caravan about that particular fact.
I like lean and look to see how far I am away from the rest of the caravan.
You're 40 feet away from the main caravan, but there's a smattering of people just grouped out everywhere, small clusters of knapsacks. The closest one would probably be about 15, 20 feet away from you guys.
We have no wish to make this public. You understand, your privacy is your own. But should there be precautions of any sort?
All I know, I cannot control it. I never have been. It just kind of happens during any battle, or it could be at random. I can't tell.
If you knew this entire time, you've seen the battles that we get ourselves into, why would you agree to come along into this caravan?
This chance for travel?
You knew you were putting others in an extreme risk.
I mean, well, put it that way, yes. But I have my goals, and you have yours.
There is no but. We cleaned up your mess this time. What are we gonna do if it happens again? Because I do not want to spend this entire time cleaning up what you are destroying.
You don't have to.
So we're just gonna let you kill the rest of what is our team.
I didn't kill anyone. Everyone who went down there except the hag is up here with us.
Do you really, truly believe that if the rest of us had not been there or had stepped in, that you could have not killed the people that are supposedly our team?
No one really stepped in.
There is no buts about it. Either we figure out how to fix whatever it is going on with you, or you need to leave.
No, yeah, I'm not talking. I just pick up KELSION and walk away.
KELSION, who's still lying on the ground,
Yeah.
trying to go to sleep.
That's why.
Tired endeavor. You brush past and give a shoulder to SAAKA as you walk. Grab onto his leg and just turn him around and begin walking back to the caravan.
Stop. Can I just sleep somewhere?
I want to like actually pick him up over my shoulder.
Go ahead and make a strength. Still a whole human roughly around your same weight. Humanoid.
21.
21. You lift him. His tail kind of smacks you in the face at first and then droops low. And you begin walking. I mean, it's not super easy, but you're doing it perfectly fine.
At least you're not in the
As far as
hospital.
negotiations go, that was not the best.
I never said I came to negotiate. You are willing to let him come back after he almost killed your charge?
I have no great love for him, nor do I trust him, but it is a powerful entity that he has within him, whatever that is. If we can channel that towards usefulness, it would be beneficial for all of us.
You want to use him as our pawn?
Not as our pawn, but not to infringe upon his goals. Just try and stay out of his way, and if necessary, prevent him from harming others. He has gone through several fights and has lived his life thus far without ending it with his curse. It is not so dire. I will keep an eye on him with kindness. Just make sure he doesn't wander off unnecessarily.
My thoughts, or whatever. He is not taking responsibility for anything that has occurred.
That is true. You are right. What do you propose, then?
I know everyone here has a goal. And we were going to try our very best to get all to a place where we can part and complete them. But I think he's going to have to start sharing and taking responsibility for things that happen. And we need to figure out how to channel, as you say, or dispose. I'm not quite sure.
It is a difficult problem. Very difficult. But lacking a means to solve it or to prevent it, we can only watch and be ready, I think.
He's the one that walked away.
He is a child. Most of them are.
CAEDRIK is still present next to you.
Most of them are.
I know enough about tieflings to know that they age about the same rate as humans, and about half-orcs as well.
I was just more or less speaking that there was another human next to you, should you wish to refer to someone
Yes,
besides.
that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Old
What would you
Well, for
suggest?
yeah, for a dwarf.
for a
like-
dwarf. Yeah.
Keep eyes on him.
You old.
Try and keep him out of problems. And, if necessary, leave him to fight his own battles. That's fine.
Fine. But I still find him very annoying. And if he ever tries to come at me, I will kill him.
Your fights and your self-defense, that is entirely acceptable.
Fine. We'll do it your way.
I appreciate that trust.
Gives you a hard stare.
I give a tired smile.
It is late. My bedtime was like 2 hours ago.
Okay, Grandpa.
I dump Kelsion back at the cart, and then I go to the other end
You just
to find another
hold on
tree.
one end.
Yeah.
Leg goes wide and he puts it down.
No, I just throw him on the ground,
Gotcha.
just slam him down next to the cart, and walk away again.
Much more aggressive. You are back of your head. Once again, taking a little bit of a whack, being just tossed to the ground.
We know which
Does this
one
mean I can go to
talks.
sleep now?
Yes, and you can also punch me later.
Hmm.
You wouldn't have heard that.
Really?
Clearly.
Hmm.
I wonder if he changes during.
He just starts laughing again.
I would pay to see that.
As soon as you answer, yeah.
What's your AC?
Yeah.
You have interesting tastes, friend. I do not judge.
I mean, who wouldn't be interested?
CAEDRIK is confused and scared now.
The laughter had died off pretty quickly. In between a few of the bushes and trees and small clumps of forest or just bunches of groupings of nature, you do see what seems to be a fox or a squirrel every once in a while.
Okay.
Owls and birds of the night begin making their noises and slowly flying place to place in a very low and slow perch, looking for prey for the night.
Nothing like watching besides an animal.
There, besides what would be normal wildlife for this island that you are pretty used to growing up here and traveling. Nothing out of the ordinary. Or just a quiet, silent night.
Mm-hmm. Sweet. So I'll just head back, and once I get back to the caravan, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on my plate armor.
Okay.
And then I will just start walking around the caravan. Just taking my watch for the night.
I'm going to go off your perception there.
Okay.
Nothing seems to happen. The exact same thing.
Okay.
You do notice that at a point, one of these foxes, its orange and vivacious and full coats as it walks through, seems to be a bit of a hop as one of its paws seems injured as it goes in between one of the other. It kind of looks to its paw, kind of tries to bite at it, and then crawls its way to a nearby bush and gathering the trees.
How close is it to me?
It's from where you're walking because you're going around and you're on the right side, probably like about 50 feet.
Yikes.
It's not right up on your group.
Is
that
it still
asleep.
like technically like in the caravan area?
You would be most definitely going out of the main road and where your caravan is sleeping for the night.
Okay.
But it's not like you're walking into a forest. It's bright open grass fields with like clumps of trees and bushes in between.
Okay.
And the night actually is pretty bright. The moon and the stars illuminating a lot of it, casting a nice dim light onto the grass.
Okay.
And dirt.
I'll start heading up to it, just kind of slowly.
As you walk, you're not very stealthy, especially in your plate armor, warhammer.
Yeah.
As you approach, it watches intensely as you see its head slowly poke out of one of the bushes of this grouping of trees. You see that its ears tuck back. Its fur slowly tries to, like, on its haunches rises. It's trying to look as scary as it can as you walk up.
I kind of reach my hand out to like pet it and just let it know like.
Make a animal
Yeah.
handling.
That's one.
Sure. You kind of.
He had a pet fox as a child.
You approach and your hands are up and showing. You're being very submissive upon your walk toward it. It watches you intensely. As you kind of get down on one knee and come within arm's reach, you reach forward and it doesn't strike it.
Okay.
You take its paw and see that it's bloodstained. It seems a small bit of a broken quill is stabbed into it, jammed decently far into its paw.
Okay. May I try to? First, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds. I'll use Cure Wounds.
Okay. The quill is still in.
Okay, I'll remove the quill then.
Make a sleight of hand.
Okay. Sleight of hand. No. Yikes! I'm not a surgeon. I'm rolling good though. 16.
16. You definitely slip your hand very tenderly around the quill and into the middle of the paw, and you quickly pull as you take hold of the paw. Just trying
and then
to
as
close
soon as I
around it.
pull, I start curing wounds. So
So
it
you
doesn't
cast Cure Wounds.
run away.
There's a slight yip, and its paw immediately hops out of your hand once the glow begins showing for sure. But then nothing. Fox jumps back and looks to you.
If
looks
it
down at its
matters,
paw.
if it matters, it got 11 heal.
Okay.
11 HP.
You see that it just kind of looks to you. Its yellow eyes with black irises just looking at you as it blinks. Doesn't seem to really have any sort of joyful reaction.
I know,
It
it's all
just
good.
stares at you quietly in the
Yep.
night. You standing, looking a few feet away now, space from this fox. It just kind of sniffs the air, looks back and forth, and begins prodding itself back towards a group of bushings in nature nearby.
Okay. As it starts walking away, I don't really say anything to it. I just I'm gonna start walking back towards the caravan, and while I do, I want to look at the quill and see if
It seems broken in half. As
Okay.
if he got stuck and it snapped upon him trying to run on it.
okay.
It's maybe about 3 inches long at this point.
Does it look an animal?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just seems that of a porcupine.
Okay. That was my Boy Scout good deed for the day, and I'll just keep walking around, kind of humming to myself.
Are you taking several watches or just?
I'm assuming since everyone else is asleep, I can just be up all night. So yeah, I'll take watches.
Sure thing. You've slept through the entire day, so you have
So,
enough energy.
I'll be up all night.
Go ahead and make 2 more perception checks.
Yep. 19 for the first one, and oh my god, 21 for the next one.
Okay.
I haven't rolled under. I've rolled 5 and everything else.
Yeah, there you
My
go.
luck.
You want to try it?
The night is
No, because I'm gonna curse your dice if I
very
do.
peaceful. Nothing seems to come.
Okay.
Once again, you are kind of standing and walking alone within this entire. You all are children. I'll change the song for you.
Can you
We
get
were
s-
vibing.
Can you get sneaky snitch and add it to the playlist?
It's on a different playlist. Anyway. The night is quiet. Nothing disturbs you.
Good.
Morning comes. Nothing having transpired that was dangerous. You all wake and eat breakfast. Codred and Cathis making another stew for the morning, trying to make something warm for what is a chillier day. You make sure the horses are dealt with and ready, and begin to push on. The wagon slowly taking back to the highway one by one as you go. You feel as if there are many days to come that will be exactly like this.
As soon as everyone else gets up and I eat breakfast, I go right back to the old. It was Major's old cart, correct?
Yes, it is now.
And
Kelsion
I go back to sleep.
Okay.
I'm still on top of the same cart. I have been up there all night and I'm okay with it.
Lux's part.
Yes.
It's quite bouncy. Not as much to support you or make it a comfortable ride, so you find yourself kind of.
Does he make noise being on top?
Back and forth. This is not Major's.
Oh, yeah,
This is
yeah.
Lux's cart up front.
Yeah.
A lot of the work hands seem to smile and laugh and wave at you up there as they are either walking back and forth, and you are pretty easy to see up there. As you walk, today being a bit grayer and chillier day than most, you tend to keep your sights on something that would pull your attention from just the bitter cold that even you who's attempting to fall asleep in the knapsack.
You said there's a bunch of clothes in there, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming, since Major's dead, I'm gonna take some of the clothes and just pile them over my knapsack. It's kind of like
Okay.
a blanket. So
It most definitely helps. It's a little bit uncomfortable at first to
Mhm.
try and get one shirt at a time or anything like that.
Well, I think it's I'm in my knapsack, but I just put them over the knapsack.
Gotcha. They don't stay on all the way. They'll sometimes slide when you turn. But enough of them piled on you, it gets warm pretty quick, and you feel comfortable enough to go to sleep.
Okay.
Perception check for anyone who wishes to, as you are all walking.
Want to try it? I'll let you.
Anyone else?
I got one,
Sure thing.
20 total.
Dathan, Kelsey. Go ahead, Dathan.
6.
Anyone else?
I can.
Okay. Cool.
Perception check, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeet. 8 plus. Why is it not working? 8 plus something.
Yeah. It's gonna be a thing.
12.
12. Kelsion, you figured a way to just be able to put kind of the horses on autopilot, allowing them to kind of do their own thing and walk forward as you are leaning side to side, finding something to keep you from being so bored. And COIL up top, it's actually decently easy to see some of the stuff around. COIL will be the first one to see this for sure, although Kelsion, you make out the details. As you see that the dim skies are preventing the sun from warming anyone today. It's once again a mostly peaceful day. The natural life still around you, but quieter. The colder weather making some creatures hunker down for warmth, including CAEDRIK, apparently. About halfway through the day, COIL is the first to spot it, but you begin to make out the details better, Kelsion. A few of you spot something actually behind you. It is down the trail. It's walking towards the caravan. It's 3 figures, each a bit different in their own design. Leading this march is a one-armed turtle. It's wide and overall big frame, lumbering down the trail step by step with heavy slaps that look like it would hurt his feet, but it doesn't. His longer neck is broad and holds a hulking head, looking like that of a snapping turtle. Softer green pupils in them, look around the lot of you as he slowly begins to approach, his shell having a crack at the base of the shell around his neck. Many different parts of the edge of the shell are like chipped away or cracked in some way. He has a short cape of a ghillie suit-like design slung over his right arm, where his right arm should be. Moss, dirt, and grass making up this entire design of this small cape hanging down, what is now an empty hole. It's running halfway down his body in its full length. He walks with a staff, his large left arm like a small trunk wrapped around his staff. The top end of this stick is thick, curled, and knotted, several thorns slowly growing out of it. Following slowly behind him is a tall Minotaur female. Her white fur coat of hair a bit thicker and unruly, having a head of hair falling to just past the base of her neck. Filled with twigs and pebbles and leaves, her hair has a large silver metal ring making a gap in the center of her entire hairdo. Yet small strands of her hair is actually tied in between a dream catcher-like design to this ring. She's having a thinner yet longer horn spreading out and then up to the thin tips. Her brown eyes seem busy, as if in a daze. She wears what at first looks to be leather armor, is actually a very dried, very tightly knitted and wound suntanned bark, creaking and making several scraping noises as she walks. Several smaller orange fungi-like roots grow from the joints and waist of the armor, growing outwards all around her. A round shield attached to the gauntlet of her armor, a swirl of the same strange fungi growth going with it all the way around. Except that in the center of the shield sits a bud, split open like a seed, and over the shield is a beautiful brown flower of 4 petals, with orange tips to each and every one of them. It crests just past the shield, overarching at each end of it. She seems to carry what seems to be a simple but very sleek and elegant elven-made flail. The one in the back of them is a dark-skinned man, long black hair done up in a small bun on top, with more of his hair falling on either side of it down to his shoulders. He has a well-groomed and small-kept beard that hugs his jawline and face. He has a tattooed vine-like design running from his beard to his hair on his right side of his face. His eyes a captivating hazel. They look to be a serpentine-like slit to them. He looks around at you all with a growing excitement as they approach. A bit more plain than others, but he still has his own flair. He wears a white shirt with black trousers, but wears a magnificent overcoat of faded violet, green, and gold detailing, a filigree that stretches and runs everywhere with it. He has this odd-looking satchel, the leather satchel having multiple rows of writing on it around it, like etchings, small notes scattered everywhere about it. He carries a golden flute around his waist, tucked into a sash belt around his overcoat. They begin slowly approaching from the back, and you see that even Lux is kind of looking back with a strange look, one eyebrow cocked, as he looks to the rest of you and he goes, "Mind checking that out?"
It's an even stranger group than this one. By all means.
Look to the rest of you folk. So they're ahead of us on the road, right? Like
They're
what's
behind
you?
Yes, they're following you on the trail.
Okay. Yeah, so in that case, I will whistle to
Buck's looking to care and kind of looking up at Coil, trying to get sight of him, but quite can't get him within his field of vision. He goes, "I'll stop if necessary, but for now, see if they are trouble."
Will do.
Guessing you're at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Cedric is asleep. Kelsion is on Major's cart. You've already seen them, right, Kelsion?
Yeah.
Is what I understand.
I was the first to really make it.
All right, I'm gonna command kindness to go. I guess land on SAAKA. Actually, no, message. I have message.
Yes, you do.
Lux says we should go check them out, but we are still moving.
And then to SAAKA,
We need to go check those following us out.
same message to both yourself, Levi, and to Cedric.
As you are getting to sleep in the cold weather, you are woken by the very rough, raspy voice of the acquaintance Care in your head.
I know the message,
So in that case, whoever ends up at the rear of the caravan,
Yeah.
whether if it's us three,
I'm keeping
yeah,
my
'cause
wagon
Yeah.
in line.
exactly.
I'm still vibing.
You're still vibing.
Lux's cart.
Sokka stops walking forward and just stops and turns around to stare at whoever is coming.
And I'll end up joining you folks in a moment.
I'll also stop and like not fully turn around, just like half turn and
So the two in the back. Okay. So you see the turtle using his left hand and staff to hail you as they walk. Their pace is surprisingly quicker than what you would initially expect. As they begin getting about 15 feet from you, the turtle starts to go, "Why, hello there.
I like him already.
It's a day we're having, ain't it? I hope you folk have all dressed warm. Because I have a feeling that we are going to be seeing some mighty strong weather soon."
Can I stop you for a second? Why does he sound like the guy from B movie? The freaking fat guy.
Nate, why do you remember the B movie?
Oh no! Because we watched it not
Didn't
too long
something.
ago.
A good pull. As he catches up, the others still following in the same line, as he finally kind of reaches within a few feet of you, Saaka. He continues resting his staff up on his shell. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. It's just, well, embarrassing. We don't feel the safest out here. For a long trip, as Brulder here. Brulder! You see that as he turns his head, the still daydreaming Minotaur kind of snaps out of it and looks to her companion and goes, "Sorry, what?" The turtle shakes his head and goes, "You have been distracted of late. Pay attention. When we're talking to kind of folk." He then slowly turns his hulking head to meet your gaze again. The Minotaur seems a little embarrassed, but gives you a smile and nods towards you, DATH'TAN. The turtle continues. "Oh, and that back there is Emden. He's a good one." The dark-skinned man nods to you and once again gives a slight bow to DATH'TAN, and at this point, Care, you will have arrived. He walks up and attempts to shake your hand.
Sokka just stares at him, raises a slight eyebrow at him, but does not beat to shake his hand.
I must apologize. I do not believe that is a custom where she is from.
And I step in to intercept the handshake.
Do not wait. Pleasure is all mine.
May I?
You do see that as you can begin walking, as he's like joining eye contact with you, Care, he begins to speak in a language that none of you recognize but you. the rest of you hear a mix of words that you've never heard out, but it's drawn out hisses and rolling letters like a rattle to them. It's Ifstar Vaka. Go ahead and make a history check for me.
I do speak Parcel Tongue. It's a 1. May I draw cards for today? Because I feel like that would be an important thing.
For sure.
So I didn't realize we were going to be doing rolls. Okay, that's kind of good.
We're always gonna do rolls.
That's fair. That is the end, which is 20, and tome, which is 15. That's a good question. Let's use the tome for today.
Okay. You almost hear like what sounds to be a large book opening in your mind.
21.
Okay, for sure. It has been a long time since you've heard or spoken yourself. It's unmistakable. Born into a child of your home country, he is speaking silent. He says within the old tongue, "It is good to see a familiar sight, even if it's an unfamiliar one. Has the gamble with life brought you any luck?"
I smile broadly and breathe like a breath of fresh air. And it is good to hear a familiar sound. Luck has been kind so far.
He lets go of your hand, gives you a pat on the shoulder. He goes, "What are you doing all the way out here?"
Answers from an old friend.
Looking
To them, it literally sounds like. It is very dragged out syllables along with finishes of rattles.
I'm like looking at each one of them,
Yes.
very confused.
He's smiling, but it sounds.
I don't know.
It sounds like they're threatening each other. But he's smiling. Did you know that was possible?
Infernal sense I don't know.
And yourself, your party.
We decided that we didn't really like the life we lived and would rather find it exploring. At this point, you do hear a call from Lux going, "Stop! Stop the caravan! Something's happening."
Is he within 120 feet?
You see that he is like slowly climbing out of the wagon. The entire caravan,
Okay.
end to end, because each wagon's pretty big. It's roughly about 100 feet between all the 5 and the spacing they give one another, not to have any bumps of horses. So yeah, he's within range. He's within 120 feet.
I'm not gonna do that, but I'm just gonna.
How close would COIL be?
You're getting pretty close. You're pretty much walking because you started after he had arrived.
Okay.
You're kind of hopping,
Booking
wagon
it.
to wagon, trying not to fall as you're jumping in between. It's pretty decent space. We're talking like almost 10 feet per space here.
I think my jumping distance is actually pretty.
However, you do see that Lux, along with Coil, from the top of the wagon, climbing down from the final back wagon onto the ground, and Lux catching up with him. You see that he actually kind of cocks his head as he walks up to the turtle up in front. He goes, "I believe we've seen each other. I saw you a week back, if I'm not correct. You 3 were camping on the side of the road. You were traveling to Repton as well, I believe." The turtle goes, "Oh, no. We are simply traveling. Trying the well. We all hail from Espris. Just trying to see what the corners of this beautiful Ithalian has to offer."
Rolling insight. 21, natural 20.
Oh. He's not lying about what he's speaking about, but he is not giving everything. Very clear, but to everything he said so far, there's no real deliberate lie.
Okay.
We didn't think we were gonna catch up. But here we are.
Lux responds, going, "We got tied up, to say the least." His jewelry within his horns clatters back and forth as he quickly turns his head to you all. He looks about the three of them, and he smiles. "Well, if you're just adventuring, then we won't stop you. I wish you safe travels, friends." He pats the total on the shoulder where an arm exists and begins to turn back to the caravan, and the total pipes up.
Now wait just a moment.
Lux stops, looks to you, and gives a smirk before he turns back to the total. Straight face. The total says,
Me and my traveling companions could use some assistance with supply and protection. See, we were.
Lux quickly cuts him off and he goes, "Look, friend, I'm all for helping those in need, but they need to be honest with me and my compatriots here myself. If you're going to be speaking anymore, please speak plainly. And be honest with me. And if you're going to at least give us a story, give it some flair." The total you see his neck stretch out from the shell as one eye gets wider as he tries to eye Lux and look at him real close before his neck leans back in. The straining veins relax and he goes,
All right, I'll just be plain. I'll tell you. Some weeks ago, we was in Holivar. A nice town, but with some not nice people. We decided to help a fellow man with some ruffians. And well, that didn't turn out too well for us. So now we're just trying to find our friend and get off this island. Perhaps you could help us. We were hoping to catch up with you guys. And here you are. Would you mind if we tagged along? We won't be any trouble ourselves. We'll even help where we can.
Lux goes, "Well, trouble could be coming our way." He then looks at the rest of you. "But it's not as if that would be changing anything. I'll say welcome, but I do have a requirement for you." The total looks over Lux once again, and Lux puts out his hand and presents a smile as he goes, "I don't deal with people who don't have a name." The total,
My name's Jessidiah. Most people call me Jesse.
The total leans his cane on his shell once again and shakes Lux's hand with a very powerful grip, it seems, as Lux winces a little bit. He says, "Pleasure to have you, Jesse. I hope that we can help you with your problem." Jesse replies,
Likewise.
The handshake ends and Lux turns to you with all a knowing glance and a small smile and begins to walk to the front of the caravan. He climbs back slowly onto his wagon, and within a few moments a whistle goes out and the caravan begins to move once again. The three new figures looks to each and every one of you, and Jesse goes,
Feel free to tell these two lazy bums to do what they wish to help out. I'll try not to slow you down.
and he begins trotting along. He begins to talk to a work hand at the the very back wagon. You see that he actually is speaking to Kramer, as Kramer's just poking his head out, looking down at the one-armed turtle, and he goes, "You're big, indeed I." As he begins walking. Endon begins to walk to and fro in between the wagons, his hands behind his back. He's just looking back and forth with a curious sight, speaking to the work hands and the leads. Rulda, the Minotaur woman, takes position like the rest of you, seemingly knowing that she would probably be best as a guard. You already see that she, as she's walking to the left of the caravan, begins looking up at the sky and begins getting lost in thought, snapping to attention and looking about her surroundings every once in a while.
So it was Jessadiah.
Jessadiah.
It was
Rulda.
Rulda, the female white minotaur.
Yep.
And it was, who was the Endon? Has Endon spoken a single word to us, or
He was the one who spoke to you.
he was the one that spoken? Okay. Perfect.
He is.
He spoke
What
in
seems
your
to be of serpentine blood.
Mm-hmm.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm sort of just gonna keep an eye on the three strangers as we keep moving.
I think Dathan and I will take up the very
I'm staying
rear,
at the back, and I'm gonna keep an eye
behind
on
them.
Are they?
Rulda seems to be out to the left, so in front of you, near the middle part, just kind of walking, keeping an eye on things.
Yep.
Being probably the most silent out of all of them, as she seems constantly lost in thought, snapping to, paying attention, and getting lost in thought again. It looks like Endon is just weaving back and forth in between the caravans, looking at the interesting characters who are even holding the reins to these horses, from Drud to Kodrid and Cathis and Rala and Lux himself, as he's just walking back and forth, mincing small words with them, beginning to walk back. And Jessadiah, being a slow lumbering being, is just walking right at the back end of Rala's cart. Rala's wagon in the back of this caravan, speaking to Kramer, who Kramer's just asking him 120 questions. You hear Kramer just like, "What happened to your arm?" "Lost it." "How?" "Must have forgotten somewhere." As he just begins walking.
I'm gonna stick with Endon. And
You
once
see, he seems very excited at the prospect of new people, and is just kind of weaving back and forth, especially with the already interesting characters of this caravan. So,
about how old are we talking? Like, yeah.
He seems to be ballparking in his 30s, early to mid 30s.
Okay. Once he's acclimated, like give him a good hour or so of him looking throughout the caravan, I would like to interact with him again, and don't need to roleplay all of it because I imagine it'll be a longer conversation, but just try and get some information about what made him leave Sina, and like give him bits of my story as well, bits of sharing. Try and just form something of a
My parents
rapport.
were actually, they were from, I was born and raised in Essex. That continent. I'm from the Menagerie mainland. Central part of Essex. Probably the most controlled by its capital. My parents, however, had a very heavy accent and spoke the language all the time. I simply picked
You will have to forgive my lapses. It has been a long time since I've spoken it.
Same with me, actually. I was just trying to be kind to another one like myself.
How long have you known Jesidiah and Rulda?
I've known both of them for almost 11 years now. That total is... He is one interesting fellow.
He seems like it. Kind, though.
Very much so. Hard to come by people like him.
Indeed.
At this point from the back here. Good one.
This... I understand you're looking for someone, yes?
You lost a friend. Those ruffians that we got mixed up with have friends. Not good ones.
Do you know what he looked like? What,
Our friend looked like?
Yes.
Of course. He was north. Big. Scary. Wore heavy armor and quite a large weapon.
This doesn't match any description of any of the folks on the beach, does it?
No.
Okay, good.
They were humanoid, the most rare thing.
Yep. There was a half-orc among them, I believe, but I don't believe there's a full orc.
I believe, as far as my memory goes, it's been a while. It was an elf and a lizard folk was probably the most interesting sight. That it was half elf among them,
Yep.
being a young boy and 2 humans.
Okay.
I have not heard of anyone of that sort other than SAAKA over there.
And I point to
That is
Barbarian
only a
friend.
half. Ours was a little bit bigger.
That's terrifying.
I mean, she seems normal, right?
She's terrifying.
Does Saga hear that?
Are we speaking in parcel tongue still? That is the question.
You guys, I'm assuming you're speaking in common. You approached
I probably go back and forth if only for the novelty of it. Like the bits of sign-in that I do remember.
He seems to be quite patient with the understanding, and he seems to be kind of doing the same. He seems a step or two ahead of you, and there even are some times where it seems like you're correcting one another. As your pronunciation may be a tiny bit off, but it's pretty good. It's a little bit weird for the work hands, however, that are like just working, and you'll see their head poke out, and then just slowly come back in, and like 2 of them will come out, and another one's moving.
It's fun being the center of attention, isn't it?
I would rather that I'm the one at the moment that they don't trust them, and the one they trust too much.
That's reasonable.
I think that's about all my questions and inquiries for the moment.
Well, I'm glad I could help you.
If you have any questions, Lux is very kind.
Of course, he seems like a very interesting character.
That he is.
Same could be said for Jesidiah. Cut from the same cloth, apparently.
I'd be concerned to know what kind of cloth could be.
Producing people like that.
Yes.
The same could be said for us.
Cyanide is one very dirty cloth.
Indeed. One I am glad to not be a part of.
Agreed.
And with that, I'm gonna return to COIL.
Who's probably trying to climb on top of the back cart.
Probably.
Again.
A moving wagon is much more difficult than a stationary one. You are finding that if you're not quick enough, you probably will be hit by a wagon wheel.
Please be careful, child.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Do you want me to make another?
If you want
singular yike.
I'm gonna die. Oh, that's 7.
7.
Yeah,
I didn't know they just sold speed bumps.
So there is no like real noise besides as the front wagon and Lux goes, "What was that?" And he looks back, and there is a coil lying on the ground, being run over by a wheel.
Oh no!
You suffer 3 points of damage.
Oh.
It seemed to have clipped part of your hand, completely smashing. He was on the right hand side.
Dang it.
That's like a quarter of my health. Let's go.
As quickly as I can, grab him by like the
As
scruff,
another wagon
pulls him out of the way.
You drag him out.
You fool of a cat!
Give me your paws. It's fine.
You see that behind you, like running up, is Endon, and he goes, "What just happened?"
This child tried climbing the wagons after I told him to be careful.
I was being careful.
You see that he kind of gets down on one knee and begins casting an incantation. He goes,
By all means.
you heal 5 hit points.
Cool, I'm back full.
As you see his hand slowly begins to glow this purplish blue arcing energy. He clasps it over the hand softly of Coil. And Coil's now mashed up what looked to be an almost broken pinky and part of his hand is slowly healed.
Do we need to keep that between us, friend?
I would rather that the gods don't know.
We have an agreement.
Safe around here.
Decidedly not safe for unpapered folk.
I know that.
Goodness no. They are understanding of us.
Most in this group have capabilities similar.
Mm-hmm.
Ruled is a bit more straightforward.
She's an interesting fellow. Folk.
He is distracted. But good.
That is all. I have nothing else interesting to say.
Are any other? I will say that after a little while, I'd say past noon, you end up waking up.
I wake up. Okay.
You probably don't need 30 hours within 48 of just sleeping. You were woken up, however, to a heavy weight coming to your wagon as it sags down, and you wake up to a big turtle sitting on the end of your wagon, weighing it down quite a bit. You see the bit of his tail just hanging out from one side up to his right leg, and his cracked shell just weighing down this entire thing.
So he's on the back.
Yeah, and your horses immediately go and begin slowly dragging as roughly an extra 300 or so pounds has been added to the weight of your wagon.
In like 5 seconds.
So I get up and I start. So there's like a window. Is there a window that I can like look out and see what's on the
Not
back?
really. It's just the back end of this wagon.
Okay. So I would get up.
What you imagine of like the Oregon Trail wagon and stuff like
Okay.
that, but much more beautifully colored with reds and golds and greens.
Okay.
Yep. Giving it.
What do you feel? What does he feel as piloting the horses there?
The horses now seeming to be a bit more strained as they are slowly walking. However, you were not awake for this endeavor, so you don't know who this is.
I know. So as I walk up towards the back, I would imagine that would I have naturally woken up?
Yes, to even that noise.
Okay, so I go and check up to see what's going on. I'm like, all right, what's going on? I will go. Oh.
Hello there.
Uncle, is that you?
Huh?
And who might you be?
I'm just so confused.
Are you like, have you walked up next to him, or are you?
I'm like
just,
kind of. I would say like I like peek and I kind of like I peek out, but I'm like kind of. I can see.
He's he's not like out anymore. He's sitting in your wagon
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
back end of it.
Yeah. So I
His
go
feet
to
are dangling off.
I go to the back, so like I'm walking in correlation, so I can see. But I'm like, who are you?
I believe I could say the same. You just stood up from a pile of low.
Hey, it was pretty fucking cold today.
Indeed.
I hold my hand out and I say, CAEDRIK.
You see that he looks down to the hand you offered him with his other hand. He sets his hand.
I on purpose went to the one.
He takes, without even flinching, takes the back of your hand and shakes it.
You have no idea how many people thought
Nice to meet you, though.
You see his neck strains once again as it comes out of his shell, kind of looking over you now, eyeing you with one eye, and then he slinks back down.
You gonna tell me your name?
Jesse.
Jesse?
Jesse died.
I'm gonna call you Jesse.
Sound like a play.
I'm like, so this happens, and I turn around. Who was closest to me
So
in the caravan?
it's just a straight shot of the wagon.
I know.
So you can see out past, like if you move like a curtain, you can see the driver and the next wagon. And if you go and do that, you see KELSION just sitting there, kind of like not understanding why his horses are going so slow.
Hey. You know there's a big ass turtle in our car, right?
That's what's slowing us down? Okay.
Hello.
You see his neck like craning back at you, and he waves with his one left hand.
Hi, stranger.
And get this, his name is Jesse.
Name's a name.
Okay.
You wise guy.
What are you looking at?
Does he have one eye?
One eye is seemingly always closed on this big turtle.
Say the same for you.
I'm looking at a man who just stood up from a pile of clothing and has judged me for being one-armed. Oh.
Hey, I won't judge. I mean, I think it's pretty cool that, you can travel and keep your house with you.
It has been useful.
Species relations. Diplomatic emissary.
That's who he is. He's an emissary for like Astros, and he goes back and he's like, "Boom, them all."
Fucking cool. I just want to know where you came from.
Kill these fuckers.
I am
No, I don't mean like where you're from, but like, why are you here with us?
the same reason that you're on this thing, I assume. To hide.
Nope. I don't gotta hide from nothing.
Well, damn.
Well,
You just said damn.
Well, shoot.
Oh my god.
I'm the police.
Then why are you
I don't really know, actually. I'm just kind of trying to learn, I guess.
what?
I don't know. I just got out of school.
Then
I could-
Drink the cloak. I hope you learn your
I want to sit on the back of the cart with him.
There's enough space. He takes up quite a bit of it, but you being a dwarf in a smaller frame, sit next to him. At this point, you are almost teetered upwards, Kelsion, due to the weight. It almost feels like you're at an angle at this point.
Not to be rude, can you switch to another cart?
I ain't reaching for another wagon.
Can he like go in the wagon?
It looks like, because due to the shelves that are there, if he were to like attempt to roll back, he could potentially get stuck. The side of the shelf could possibly get him stuck in the stack.
And could you guys try to at least even out the weight if you're not going to change carts? I'm leaning so far back I
I'll
don't have
walk.
front grip on tires.
You put a horse in here with me, and that should even
I'll walk.
You hop out of the wagon.
Mm-hmm. I'll walk, but I'll walk with him.
So you're once again de-armored, but with your hammer.
Yeah.
He slowly, his heavy feet slapping onto the dirt in sandy trail, and he grabs his stick with his left hand before it gets too far away for him to reach, and he slowly. Hey.
You seem like you've been through a lot.
hey,
You got any stories?
which ones you want to hear?
Shoot.
When I was a boy,
Gotta hear someone else.
Did his father take him to the city to see a marching band? I'm so not sorry.
I hope you take 20,000 damage for that.
Meteor.
Ninth level meteor swarm all centered on one shot.
Aw.
No, I am tiny.
You can't dodge rocks. Giant space
You
rocks.
can't dodge wagons.
His hand.
I'm baby. I can't.
You're dumb.
I was tempted due to like the weight, you know, the force of the horses in the wagon. And
Kills him
everything,
instantly.
to do like a D8 instead, but I actually didn't know if that would kill him straight up or not, so I'm like, I'll just do a D4.
Would have been.
I had forgotten what your max HP was at the moment.
It's
Didn't want to
12.
just straight kill you.
You took out a quarter of my health, anyways.
Anyway. Anyone else doing
I don't have anything.
I'm apparently listening to a turtle's life story.
You can be here a while then.
Yeah. He seems to tell you just sparse stories of things he can remember. As he sometimes pauses and he goes,
very right. That was the time.
I mean, I am so entertained with this.
anyone else doing anything?
Not for the travel, no.
And that was the time I owned a strip club in Sedona for 3 days. Why did I sound like Dr. Phil?
So, night slowly begins to come again. The caravan, once again, pulls to the left of the road, and after supper, we will begin to lie down and go to sleep. Okay. Anyone else join?
I would like to join him for the first watch.
So,
I'll fix it.
I will
Satyr,
also
here.
take second watch.
go ahead and roll perception.
Sure. I will do so.
7.
Ooh. Just ignore me, boss.
You two just kind of sit in silence together up against Kelsion's wagon as Kelsion is this time to make sure no one can just drag him underneath the wagon.
Would I have armored up
You
before
would
my
do
watch?
that.
You said that you
I armor up before my watch. I'm gonna make this like routine.
Sure.
This is work I'm
So
putting
during the
aside.
watch,
The wagon.
with a little bit of like small talk as like
Mhm.
watching different directions, I imagine.
Yeah, one of you is on one side of the wagon, the other is on the other side, and there's a slightly, not really snoring, but like heavy breathing coming from a sleeping Kelsion.
So quietly as to not wake the sleeping tiefling, which is a good tavern name. The For our audio listeners, the DM just took out a notebook and is furiously scribbling.
Dude, as soon as like,
Literally
we were at-
next session. You guys go to the tavern called the Sleeping Tiefling.
Sleepy tiefling.
I don't know which I like better. Okay,
the Kobold Corner.
Yes.
Corner was amazing.
Kobold clump.
So the legalization of your magic, what does that process look like?
He's kind of like. Did you just like kind of bring that up, or have we been talking?
we've talked about it.
Okay.
We had a few prior
Okay.
conversations.
I have the paper on me. I keep it on me.
You have a document.
Okay. So you want to look at it?
By all means.
I let him look at it. I let him hold it.
I'm inspecting this furiously because I'm going to make a forgery later.
Go ahead. Hey, be my guest.
Honestly, for this, go ahead and make an investigation. Good.
26.
DC 4 was 25.
This is very interesting.
Looking through it, interestingly enough, there is no like king's seal
Uh-huh.
or anything of that, but it does have like a few different signatures.
Mhm.
It's one seemingly of a head of religion,
Mhm.
either at an apothecary, just a priest, or someone even higher up when it comes to any sort of religious standard here, a church or something of the like. And then there is one of at least a guard or soldier with rank, either naming, in this case, a captain for him, but a captain of the bygone guard has also signed this. The names, interestingly enough, because you didn't get it face to face, you were given it up on your arrival to the island. For the religious leader, there's a small little line for the signature, and it says Sola Main.
Okay.
And as for the captain's name is Sean Rock.
Sean Rotha.
Rotha.
Rothathane.
Rafathan. Captain Sean Rock.
Very interesting.
Hand it back.
So did you have to go to a like boot camp, or what did that look like?
I just went to school, and they gave it to me when I was done.
You yourself, you went to a completely different country for your training.
Mhm.
Once you got back, Isle Office, the head, spoke to the Tourney and Unity, and they got you yours pretty much immediately upon your arrival.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no journey you had to take of finding someone of rank in religious and military presence in here. You just kind of got it upon getting off the boat.
After I did cleric training, correct?
Sure, but it's not like the island, told you had to go train.
Yeah.
You did it yourself.
I did it myself.
Baraskar and No Kyle have friendly acceptance and friendships. You would get a basis, however, would be 26, of how you could possibly forge this. However, you would probably have to learn some names if you're going through just writing who's it, whatever, as a name that may or may not pass depending on whoever is checking your document.
The religious leader that did mine was from the church of
Solomane, you would actually make a history.
13.
She's known as the Mother of Religion. She's actually the head of Belfiring, which is one of the islands of Nokaya.
Mm-hmm.
She is seen as an all-accepting head of religion that is willing to let any religion come and be worshipped on Belfiring.
Okay.
So to get a signature from her is a pretty big deal. But then again, succeeding in becoming a cleric of Isle Office also is a pretty big deal.
Mm-hmm. So that's kind of why she, or Okay. So just so I know, as we go, I studied under one religion, but she accepted it. Okay. So she doesn't necessarily.
She is the head and mother of all religion, is the nickname given to her. So in Belfirum, almost any religion is accepted.
Okay.
Very few are seen as, that's not allowed.
Okay.
Unlike most places where you'll find it's heavily one or the other of some sort of pantheon, it's pretty much all.
Okay.
That's very useful and interesting.
Probably spend the rest of our watch in small talk about the nature of our understanding of magic and the differences between them.
That is probably why you don't see watch.
Yep, very much. Remembering the details in my head.
Yeah, I was by
replaying
myself
them.
yesterday, so I had a much better watch. I'm occupied this time.
A few hours pass and you get the feeling that it's time to switch off your watch. Not too used to this, but it's happened enough the past few days where you're beginning to get a handle.
Okay.
Ooh, you wake up.
Oh, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Unless you're staying up the entire night.
Oh, I thought that's what I was doing.
If you want to, of course.
I just assumed that that's what I've been doing because I've been sleeping during the day.
Dathan and I were gonna take the second.
That's fine. I'll go
They
to sleep.
mentioned, but it's kind of up to you to wake them.
I'll go to
Wake
sleep.
up only death.
I'll find this one.
Hey, Wolfie.
Oh, that's a bad.
If you call me that again, you lose 3 fingers.
I hold out 3 fingers.
Take out my knife and I go for him.
Make an attack roll.
Natural 19.
Roll damage.
I know.
Cuts off his entire
You have
hand.
fully armor.
I know.
Be good.
Does it count as a called shot?
Good point. What's the full roll?
The full roll would be a 19 plus 7.
Okay, that would hit it.
Yeah.
His armor class with cold shot would make it 25, and that would still beat that out.
8 points of damage.
Okay.
As you hold up your 3 fingers, you just see what seems to be a glint of silver run through the 3 fingers before they from the middle section.
Okay.
He quickly sinks it back and sits up.
You scream.
Make a Constitution save.
Roll to not scream.
Okay.
This is honestly, it's
7.
The babiest of squeals.
it is to hear his voice scream is heart stopping. It is as if a banshee is getting throttled.
Coil is booking it, trying to figure out what's going on.
And then so after I like,
Jesidiah, you hear, "What in the blue hell?"
I kind of.
Yeah, everyone pretty much in the near area is up at this point. You see lanterns begin poking out as Drud, the big, simple Goliath man, slowly lumbers out in a full bore run.
You're a feisty one.
You see Lux,
You're an
his
idiot.
falchion out, begins running around, and he goes,
Why am I the
"What is
idiot? You
attack this?"
fucking cut my fingers off.
And you who had not even gone to bed yet. hear
Because I
this.
called you Wolfie, you cut
Probably
my
witnessed
fingers
it from
off.
far away.
You still asked for it.
I am still in shock that the thing that just happened.
I came to tell you you're going to do watch, but
Yeah, good, but you still asked for it.
Lux runs up and he goes, "What just happened?"
playful banter.
As you're bleeding.
I hide my
Working
hand.
everywhere.
I think so.
Can I like heal myself?
Sheathes his weapon. You can, but you probably want to see if you can piece your face.
Yes.
back
Can I?
together.
Can I heal
Make
my
a medicine check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, this is something I'm good at. Let's see if I roll good though. Nope. 9.
Nice. You get them back on there, and you cast Cure Wounds.
I cast Cure Wounds.
Healing yourself. However, when you release your hand from your fingers, you realize your middle finger is on backwards,
Okay.
and that the armor is not set for that. So as you placed it back, it's not even letting you bend your middle finger.
Okay. So I go like this.
Pretty much. And the thing is that when he does it to you, it's flipped the other way, so it's just flipping himself off.
So I do it. So this happens. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm getting ready to go to bed, and I
That's pretty much what you
I
see.
kind of like you. You're a good one.
You see Lux is like, sure you didn't want me to do that?
Nah, I like it like this.
How are you going to be able to hold a weapon or a shield?
That is true.
I'll figure it out.
it's my middle finger, right?
Yeah.
Hold the
You
sword.
mind?
Yep. Make another attack roll.
Oh, please don't botch it.
Cuts off his hand.
A 16. Wait, yeah, 16 plus 7.
That hits.
Most likely hits.
I won't be a dick and say called shot. I believe that would make it miss.
Well, because he's
That would
also. I'm more
Well,
like
he's also
allowing it.
He's
I
yeah.
allowing
be-
it.
yeah.
Yeah, so
So damage.
6, 7.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
hold
figured
on.
that's gonna take.
17 con save.
Okay, this time as you kind of mentally were preparing yourself, it was quicker than you expected. Once again, it just and gone.
Okay.
However, this
I-
time with the force of it and 7 points of damage to a single finger, the finger into the grass.
Oh fuck!
No.
Is there like?
Hey, you got a lantern? I'm gonna go find my finger.
Wait.
Lux staring at this, just blinking several times, very like pale face.
I'm laughing way too much at this.
I'm like still waking up, so I still have that like
He
blank
sees you on
face.
the approach coil and he goes,
No, Coil
I'm gonna
walks
take out
up to the,
Thief.
to the.
I haven't talked to him before.
Hey, what's your name?
Coil finds the finger.
Stabs on a finger.
No, Coil walks up to the wagon.
I
and
give
just
you
takes
my
the
not
face by the
Hey,
finger.
Satyr. I like you.
Did before.
I definitely
You
keep
are-
Coil away from where.
this is completely disturbing and delightfully.
Hey Thief, can you
Here's
go
your
find his
left
finger?
Hey, thanks.
I'm going to go back to bed now.
No,
You go
you
do
gotta
that.
fix my finger. You said you'd do it.
Indeed I did.
Did I see which way it was?
It went
Well,
off to the left.
Yeah.
So into the grass.
Well,
Start walking. That's
To your left, technically, but yeah. Yeah, make an investigation check is not just finding, you're taking time to like search through
not
lots
one.
of grass. Alright, so Lux is gonna help you. Okay, he only got a 9.
I think it went over this way.
I actually think it went this way. To be fair though, the streaks and smatterings of blood. You bleed a lot.
Hey, I got good genes.
I'm like trying to like stop the.
Jesidiah slowly shuffles over and he goes, now let me see.
I'm gonna
I
walk
don't know,
over
old
to
timer. I know.
I'm gonna walk over to him and just go. I wouldn't go over that.
Now, old timer, I like your help, but you only got like. You could like half help.
With a 26.
Is it too late for me to get body consideration?
You
He
see,
got a 26.
31.
he plays the song called "Please Find My Friend's Missing Finger," for I have lost it in the weeds.
Instantly, as you're in the middle of saying you can only half help, he goes, your finger's there.
What?
I'm going back to bed.
Bro, that guy's awesome.
Slowly turns and begins lumbering back.
He told me some weird shit. Though.
You scream like a woman.
Hey, you want me to cut your other one off? See how you like it.
You have a hammer.
Fuck. Wait.
I love you. I like this one. I said chuckling.
You see that he kind of goes and lies back down, and you notice that the 3 of the newcomers here are kind of keeping watch on their own timer, just
Okay.
letting someone at their own shift wake up and keep an eye on the other 2.
Okay.
But you notice that as Jesse lays back down, that he slowly shrinks into his turtle shell, and you just slowly hear.
So I grab my finger and I say to Lux,
I'm not being rude, but I put my finger over this and I'm holding it.
So that's a 20 total medicine. Lux, just as you place it on the wrong way again, he twists it around and casts Cure Wounds.
I need to go to bed.
He did ask me. He asked me.
No.
Everyone, go back to
No.
bed.
Okay.
False alarm, we are not under attack or being threatened.
Mr.
No.
Satyr, you kind of do scream like a girl.
Death chuckles.
And Garrett, you wake up Saaka. Well, at this point, Saaka, you would definitely be awake.
Just angrily glaring at Dath.
Hey, don't be mad at him. It was funny.
It was pretty
It was pretty funny.
was
I'm
pretty fun.
angrily glaring
Hey,
at
look,
you.
hey, I'm fine.
Yeah, see, look, it's like nothing happened.
And we all
Fix
had a
my
good
own
laugh
mess.
about it, except for me. I screamed a little bit.
Yeah.
He screams
No
like
kidding.
a girl.
Hey, you look like one.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I know you're a kid. I'm sorry. It's been a rough day.
He sort of gives a nod, partially trying to think of an insult to do it.
Yes, take it out on the child.
Okay.
No.
And you're shorter than me.
I cast Toxicity's Laughter.
Oh no.
Oh.
What do you say?
I might be a cat, but I'm not the pussy.
No.
That's good.
How would you such a vicious monster?
That's really good, but not for a 9-year-old.
Uh,
No, I just say that, his beard looks like a bird's nest.
I believe it's wisdom. Wisdom save.
I believe so.
Ripperoni.
Go ahead and make a wisdom save.
Cleric?
Well, no, for the spell.
Well, yeah.
15?
Oh, yeah.
I believe that saves.
15 exactly, yeah.
Hey, it was still
You
pretty
feel
funny.
a slight urge and tickle within your chest to begin laughing, but not uncontrolled.
I laugh anyways.
You think you actually have him for a second until he just kind of stops.
You know what? There might be a bird in here. Let me check.
I go on my beard and I try to pull something. If I pull anything out,
It's a rat.
You keep your beard pretty well clean. You haven't had the chance that you normally do on a day-by-day basis. However, it's still pretty well groomed.
Alright, so I'm walking back.
Only a little bit unruly.
Start making my
I'm gonna go to
master
bed.
watch.
And as I pass by Daphne, I give him a pat on the shoulder. I'm like,
Yeah, you
Hey, it was
kinda
good to
reach
get
up-
to know you a little bit.
You feel it on the small of your back.
Yeah.
You can't really reach it.
I'm gonna start making my rounds now.
Yeah. Go do that.
Yeah.
I go to bed.
He's able to reach pretty high. He's a pretty tall dwarf.
Yeah.
Saaka, Captain. Perception checks, please.
Oopsies.
That's a 1.
Okay.
Half in the chat.
I got a 9.
In total, that'd be a 4, but yeah.
Okay. 4 and a 9. Good.
We are in safe hands, ladies and gentlemen.
So, more or
Should've
less,
taken all night.
as you two are walking back and forth, it's much more as two predators circling each other. As the two of you are just looking at one another from an angle on either side of the caravan, swapping positions. Only really breaking eyesight as you reach the front and back of it, and then swinging around.
Jesse near my cart.
Jesse and his group are at the back of this caravan,
Okay.
off to the far left.
So not by Major's cart.
No.
Okay, so I can't hear him snore.
As I'm also watching, I want to take out the knife and see if there's any blood on it, and then clean it.
There is.
Yeah.
You do.
Then yeah, I clean it.
At least 2 different marks.
Before we all depart to our own particular knapsacks, I'm just gonna take a blade of grass that has a bit of his blood on it and take it with me and store it in one of my any spare vial or anything that I have. I'm gonna keep it with me.
Sure thing.
I can't do anything. I'm just.
What does this become?
Understood.
I let you hold my paper, dude.
If you ever go missing, I'll find you real good.
He's been collecting files.
Or
of
you're gonna
everyone.
wake up and you're just gonna see him fiercely writing your name in a book. You're gonna fall over dead.
Oh yes, D&D Death Note.
DN Death Note.
There's a good punch for He's just a kid.
And babe.
Okay. SAAKA, as you were walking, you do feel like just a slight bit of wetness, liquid, on your side. Suddenly, like your cloak covering the area, you peek down and notice that you were bleeding from your clothing.
From what part?
In your ribs, a certain area that you know a scar is.
Okay, so I look at it.
You lift up your hide shirt and look at your rib, and a certain wound that you have from before is open and bleeding.
Like it just is it
It's
slowly?
just slowly flowing blood constantly, not at any stopping pace or slowing pace.
Can I try to stop it? Does it stop?
You
If I try
place your
to.
hand over it, and blood is slowly just gouting out from your fingers.
Okay. I would like to try to go find Karen.
Okay. The one who cannot heal you.
Yeah.
Only there was.
Okay, so I am being awakened.
You awake pretty quickly to a SAAKA who's shaking you. Her right hand, you see, is holding her shirt up, and she is holding on to what seems to be a bleeding wound.
I'm immediately like on my feet, cards in my hand, ready to do battle with something in the darkness.
You a flare of light of this golden green energy flares up as these circular runes surround his hands as he's looking side to side.
What's
a card
going on?
in one hand and a spell ready in the other.
I said, shh. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. I need your help.
Okay.
Don't know what's happening.
Okay.
It won't stop bleeding.
That's called puberty.
Guys, thanks for listening.
Mwah! Good night, everybody.
Yikes.
Oh goodness.
Yikes.
Oh.
Yo, what the fuck?
I understand you have,
We're in a weird mood today, guys.
What is going on?
We've done this in a while.
It's quarantine.
Going on?
Yes, this is the effects of quarantine on the average D&D player.
I understand that we have shared some secret bits of information, but I did not know I was anything of a father figure to you. I lack that particular piece of anatomy to know anything about that, but what?
I slap him
You
across
see
the
a work
face.
hand close by, his eyes wide open, a big frown on his face as he slowly turns over and covers what he can of his head with a blanket.
What the?
That was out of character. That was out of character. Okay. Explain yourself.
It was so much so the character.
That should have been a character.
Anyway.
I was probably
Breathe. Breathe.
We gotta cut this off. Anyway.
Cut the commercial.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Stop. Just doing eyebrow things. That was confusing me. Anyway, sorry.
Explain.
Very long time ago, I was injured. Let's just say that. And it's bleeding.
How long ago are we talking?
Years ago. And now I can't get it to stop bleeding.
Usually such wounds scar over. Here.
I have a medicine kit actually. I'm gonna take out some bandages and some of like the herbal stuff
Go
and
ahead and roll an intelligence check with your proficiency.
okay. Uh, 19. Yes.
You see that Care quietly opens a small kit with needle and some cloth, and he begins quickly going to work on your wound. You hold it, and surprisingly, you've only really had to do this for yourself, a former teacher, and for COIL. Each one of you had your own wincing and grimaces. She's not phased in the slightest as you poke a needle in and out. Not the most deftly. You know what you're doing, but you've never been too great at this sort of procedure. Going back and forth and crisscrossing it to really try and close it up and keep it. And then finishing off by wrapping around a cloth around her entire upper torso before she lowers her shirt. And by the way, she is a jacked. It is intimidating upon seeing just how muscular and big she is. She may be average height, but she is thrown around at a much higher weight than you.
This will keep it closed for the moment.
The bleeding seems to calm and slowly come to a stop. What's interesting, though, to you, Kara, is the fact that this entire time she doesn't seem to get woozy or begin to lose consciousness. What seems to be several minutes of you slowly sewing this back together, she doesn't seem to be affected by the amount of blood that she's losing, which is quite a bit. And there's quite a large puddle by your knapsack and on your knapsack by the time this is over.
Do you
in before it coils inside the knapsack.
Oh gosh.
Oh lord.
Do you suspect this is curse, magical, or?
I'd prefer not to answer that question. I do thank you.
If you would like, I can attempt to cast Identify on you to see if it is a spell.
So, we seem to have somewhat of a understanding of what you may call trust. You've shared with me, I will share with you. I have been getting ash that will appear up my arms. And then I'll wipe it away and it'll go away. But it'll still start traveling. Question, as I recall the last time it happened, I couldn't wipe it away. And it's still
harder.
just harder. Okay. But I still could. And as time goes on, it's harder and harder to wipe away.
That sounds like nothing I know of other than maybe petrification. I could try and cast Identify to put a name or an idea upon it, but unfortunately, that is beyond my knowledge.
This is the first time whatever this was has happened. But things like of this nature just start. I don't know why. I don't know where it's coming from. It just happens.
Must have some sort of source. Could be ancestry, could be magic, could be a curse. I know not. All I can offer is the identify and my limited knowledge in medicine.
I would be very grateful.
Okay, I'm gonna take the 10 minutes or so to ritual cast identify.
So you take the time, and having to sit still is interesting, and having to cast it right on the thing is once again intimidating. Actually, has to roll back up her shirt.
Staring right into you.
But it's interesting because you see almost like these flaming runes, each one as he draws these glyphs of bright yellow surrounded by a green, emerald green, as he's slowly speaking in a mixture of a language that you heard him speak earlier today with common, as he's beginning just to speak certain words until several minutes later it flashes. On the wound, it's interesting. It seems like there's just a slight and very faint flash of magic. It is a form of a eternally looping revivification.
Interesting. Any? Let's see. Could I perhaps have any idea as to how long this has been active, this magic?
Roughly 2 years ago.
Did anything happen?
So after I finish the spell and the room flashes in front of you, my eyes open, like the yellow serpentine slits.
Did anything happen 2 years ago?
Before I had met up with you guys, I had, around 2 years ago, been killed by someone I know. And I almost had a choice of whether to go into the light or to come back. But I was saying I had a purpose to return and to stay. So I don't know how and I don't know why, but I took a breath and was alone and continued on my way.
These effects you are feeling are side effects of that resurrection. I would not be worried by them, but I would keep them hidden. I do not know how much longer they will last, but they are what's keeping you alive, it seems.
So you're saying I'm running out of time, essentially.
I do not know. There are some magics that last forever.
This was really going to last forever. I highly doubt these things would be happening.
These symptoms, are they worsening?
Started with a little bit of ash, and it started growing more and more. And it's harder and harder to take off each time it appears. And now, this. Until you sewed it up, I couldn't stop the bleeding, no matter what pressure or anything I put on it.
I would suggest, if I may be so bold and blunt, make peace with the fact that you might be on borrowed time, and that whatever you have come back to solve be on the forefront of your purposes. Until you know what caused this, you do not know how much longer it will be, or if you can renew it.
The knowledge that you've had of the medicine may not be vast, but it was enough to at least pull discerning how old it was through both magic and any experience you've had.
Mhm.
Cleaning up old and new wounds from yourself or your previous teacher. Something you notice pretty quickly is that as you're kind of sitting there and she's still holding it up, it's completely scarred open. Almost as if a frame by frame just happened, and one moment it was bleeding and fresh, and the next it was completely sealed open.
Interesting. It is. Does it always heal this quickly for you?
An injury?
Yes.
No. I heal as anyone else would. Normal, regular time.
And then
I would suggest you take a look at your wound then.
Saaka looks down.
You just see that there's stitches now like hemmed into your skin, but no reason for them as your wound is mended over.
She gives a very kind of stern look to Care. What do I do now?
Well, we can keep the stitches in to prevent further severances, or we can take them out now, since they are no longer needed. But I'm assuming that wasn't your question.
She shakes her head.
It is reacting to something, I think. Perhaps your purpose or your willpower might be it. But I do not know. I can only guess on such matters.
Well, that is more information that I've gotten yet. So I thank you. I guess I will have to think more on this. But I appreciate what you've done and will ask you to keep this between us.
By all means.
Have you seen anything like this before?
I don't believe I've ever seen anything quite like that. Yeah.
That is entirely beyond my knowledge, unfortunately.
So you do magic.
Yes.
Is this not just magic?
Magic is complicated, and there are many kinds of it. I am arcane in origin. My spells are primarily utilitarian or combative. A cleric generally has more knowledge of the afterlife and the making and healing of things that unfortunately arcane casters do not have access to.
With a higher perception roll at the beginning of your shift, rather than your partners, you do notice that a green tiefling has stopped every once in a while and stared in the both of your direction. Although he's not approached, he still just makes his rounds while stopping and looking over in your direction every once in a while.
We will talk more.
By all means, and tell me if this gets worse.
Saaka nods at you and starts to walk away, continuing watch.
I'm gonna check and see if Coil's awake, and then go back to sleep.
He is out cold.
That's what I thought.
Do you still just have a puddle of blood
gonna
next
take-
to you?
On your knapsack, and yeah,
I'm gonna take a snipping of that puddle of blood from the knapsack. Just cut a little triangle.
interestingly enough, As you like go down to like pick it up, it almost seems to seep into the earth away. As you reach down, it slowly goes and you pause, and as you try to reach down again, it quickly begins to try to descend.
I am way above my league.
At least your knapsack's clean.
That's true.
It's very interesting to see the deep red stain slowly just disappear, quickening in pace as you approach.
I could use magic like that.
And I'm
If only you had a book that could teach you.
right. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Think about these things.
The morning begins to rise at this point as both shifts got pretty late with shenanigans and discussion. The morning isn't too kind. The clouds above taking the already darkened skies into a full torrent of just nastiness. The winds a bit more harsh than usual, some of them feeling like it could make you lose your footing upon taking the wrong step. And you already feel extremely heavy pelts of rain beginning to hit your face and armor. A large rainstorm is brewing, and within the next hour, it comes. Buckets upon buckets of water being poured down in heavy droplets. The sand and salt road, which is a well-beaten path, darkens, and you feel your feet already leaving marks in the ground as you make your footsteps. Those who are dragging their feet beginning to make trails through this new path. The newcomers don't seem too attuned to the rain, except Jesse, who just continues walking like everything's fine. The wagons with thicker material hold strong, but already seem to be getting pretty wet. Everyone seems to do well here managing. I'm assuming you're popping your
Umbrella, yep.
and beginning
Can I
to
stay
walk.
in Major's card?
Sure. As you look out, you have a different experience in this rain.
Oh shit. Let's go. Never, should I be outside?
Yes.
Oh, you're looking up to the storm. Okay. Satyr. As the storm comes down, you find yourself looking out to the sky. The thunder slowly rolling. The direction which it comes from is almost unknown to you at this point. But you hear the ocean beginning to grow more violent as the storm brews harsh. The waves crashing into the stone island on the side. And you feel your mind beginning to wander, as if something calls you forward into the storm. And you don't have the power or even somewhat of the want to hold on. You find yourself on the main deck of a small fishing ship, maybe 20 feet long from bow to stern. The heavy waves rock the very old boat, each one threatening to tip you over. Yet it remains faithful and true as it always has. Barrels half filled with fish placed along the side of the boat are sent slamming forward to the main deck, fish sliding and slapping out of the barrel with a thud. The main mast, still slipping into the ocean after cracking and falling down the starboard side, breaks the side of your ship in a boat-shaking blow. Lightning streaks across the sky in angry white flashes, lighting the darkened night. Thunder roars loudly, then the crashing waves, near deafening you. You remember this. You've been here before. Yet this feels so much more than a dream. It feels as if you're here. You look about and see that you're alone, which wasn't the case before. But here you sit, abandoned, in the center of a raging ocean. At this point, you hear it, like 1,000 cannons firing at once, deafening and knocking you to your knees, just the shaking of the ocean waters around you, even your own bones and body rattles. In this moment, you look up, water pretty much almost blinding you, but you begin to make an image out of the sky. The image that made you drop in fear the first time you saw it. As the lightning cracks, it makes a vague shape but one you see in your dreams many nights. At first, what looks to be a strange form of clouds in the sky becomes a vivid figure as the lightning strikes again. Eyes that come to life with crackling lightning. The light defining the muscular, strong arms, the shape of a circlet around the head. No mouth to this figure, but the form of large arms and torso of a female form. The lightning defining every piece of the magnificent armor of the Countess of Thunder and Sky. An armband and chest piece intricate while taking simple shape. Another massive sound wave blasting the ship in water, sending upheavals of water to pour down onto you, waves hitting you, the ship already cracked and broken. Your questioning of faith and if the Guardians are real being answered in this magnificent show of light. What do you do?
So she's just there.
Silence.
Okay.
Form in the clouds.
Okay. So I'm just floating in the water, kind of.
You are still on your boat, but it is cracked.
Okay. I look up. Am I in armor, or am I just plated, or just in?
You didn't have armor this day.
Okay.
You're in your clothing.
Ah, yes. Okay. I look up. I'm sorry. It's been 3 months. What is it? Yeah, I know. I know it. I know it. Okay. I won't forget that now. Okay. So I look up. What? Okay. I look up. And I say, shoot. I went over
popping, yeah.
No. He looks up and he's still kind of shocked that he's seeing this again. And his tone is a lot more different. It's not as happy and as like joking around as he normally is, because he feels very humble right now. And so he kind of takes a different tone. But he looks up and he goes, shoot, I don't know. I'll use this. He goes, all right. I went and learned. I learned more about you. What do I do now?
As you say these words down on your knees, everything stops suddenly. The ocean, the storm, the rain. You're stuck in this moment of frozen silence. The clouds still loom overhead, but no punishing assault of nature now comes. You remember this same calming sensation wash over you then as it does now, and your new resolve that you once had, reminding you of what you're supposed to do, and the mission that came to you that day. A new sense of purpose, and you feel it all again. But something different happens. You notice it slowly, almost unrecognizable at first, but you notice that the rain stops and the clouds begin to part. A warm, radiant light. You see the thunder and lightning begins to roar, almost in a panic and pushback, attempting to fight whatever this is, but is simply ignored. This new blinding light touching your skin, warming you, drying your boat. It's entrancing, comforting. Until suddenly you hear something. It whistles as it cuts through the air. You look, but you can't see into the light. As you lift your arm above your head to squint and cover and try and see, you feel your hands, both of them, get caught by something. As you look, there's a shackle. It's a split-second notice. It's around one of your wrists, weighed down by a large stone with runes scrawled into them, each with a burning yellow light, like a flame on your hand. The The chains sear your flesh horribly, and the speed at which it was sent sends you straight to your back, sprawling against the main deck, cracking the wooden deck beneath you. You hear splintering and snapping of wood for several seconds before beginning to fall through the bottom floor of the ship. But before you even hit the ground, a third shackle closes around your neck, and you shatter and break through the bottom floor of the boat with tremendous speed and impact. Like an anchor dropped from the sky, you break through the center of your ship, already broken. In pain, you feel the multiple slivers in your back from the now splintered wood. You are plummeted into the ocean. And the first touch of water upon breaking the ship's bottom deck, the cold makes you gasp, but you go for one quick, final deep breath and go under. You're being brought down quickly. The bottom of the boat, the sky, begins to disappear. The roaring of the storm fades. All there is the deep blue darkness of the water and a ray of light on you as you sink. The cold, freezing feeling is in your very soul, and the searing hot pain of the shackles. What are you doing?
So they're around my wrists, correct?
And your neck.
Okay. I'm assuming they're very heavy.
Indeed they are.
Okay. I try to break the one off my neck.
Make a strength check.
Okay.
Five. As you struggle and try, nothing gives.
Okay.
Nothing happens. You're not even able to lift your arms to attempt to reach your neck as they too are being held back, still seared.
Okay.
You are still sinking.
I know. Shoot.
In your mind, you hear, fight.
I try one more time. I keep trying.
Make another strength check. No, that's true.
Okay, 22.
You begin to make progress, but at this point, being so deep and already so exhausted, your arms give just at the point of touching it on your neck.
Okay.
The lock still holding you back, its own weight yanking your neck down. You feel like you're choking while you feel as if you're at the brink of allowing the water to rush in.
Okay.
After a while, you're sitting there simply drowning.
Okay.
At a point, you finally attempt to breathe in, and you feel the cold liquid run into your lungs. Quickly, you get flooded with water.
Okay.
You start with the gas, your hand clasping onto the side of the wagon, still where you are. Yet your neck feels warm and your mouth salty. Thunder continues to roll on.
Okay. I'm just looking outside to look at the storm. See if I see anything.
Not much.
Okay. I put my hand on my neck. I want to see it.
It's hot.
My wrist too. Same.
They seem almost at a burning, but are
Do they
beginning to
look any
cool.
different?
No.
Okay. You said there were runes on, correct? On the shackles.
On those shackles.
Are there runes on my body?
There
at all?
was no.
Okay.
They were stones, like cinder blocks, tied to these shackles
Okay.
that were dragging you down. They have them.
Okay.
Once again, nature around is quiet. The sound of the rain hitting the forest and stone and ground is all that can be heard. A few hours into your walk, late morning, reaching you. You all begin going about your day. Perception checks for those who want to, who are keeping an eye on. What do you wish to do?
Sure. Does anything I own look any different?
Looking at your armor
And my weapon.
clothing and your weapon, nothing has seemed to change. Anyone else? Not many people are trusting their dice at the table, right?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll go.
I rolled very good and very bad today. So.
19.
Okay. So, a few hours into the walk, at this point, you're probably a bit past evening is what you expect, an hour or so. You see two figures in the heavy rain making their way towards you from the opposite direction, from the front of the caravan at this point. Interesting that you pointed out from the back, but you do see them first. As you slowly begin stepping forward, assuming that you're going to want Lux to screen these two as well, you begin getting details. One is human, lighter black hair with a tight wound ponytail from the top of his head. He looks older, with a long dark beard that's salt and pepper in color. His eyes are a brownish red, his skin very pale. Small scars can be seen across his face everywhere. He wears deep brown leather, with cloth sewn into it at different points. A lower cloth hanging from his waist is a deep, just pitch black from the outside and red on the inside. A hood seen around the collar of his leather armor sewn into it. The same color design he carries a crossbow on his back, black, brown, and red. A strap connecting it to him as it is larger, and a short sword at his side. A ring of dark black on the shoulder, binding a cloak around the body as it covers him completely. He steps with a little bit of a limp as if his leg is injured, but he looks to walk perfectly fine as if he's just trying to tough it out. He looks about the caravan as he eyes everyone. With a 19, I will say that you notice that he seems to have some sort of pin on one side of him. It looks to be what looks to be the head of a wildebeest, but it is bleeding. Tears. He's accompanied by a half-elf woman. Dirty blonde hair, one side of her head shaven, the other side falling down to her shoulder. A tattoo of overlapping squares starting from the side of her shaved head, running across her forehead to the other side, disappearing into her existing hair. Albino white eyes looking intensely and ready as she walks towards you. She wears the same clothing, but doesn't have the same cape of the dark metal ring and a cloak that covers her. She looks about with a very cold, unflinching look. It's as if she is waiting. You recognize.
I know who they are. I try to hide.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Or I'm still in my tavern. I'm still in my
wagon.
I'm
gonna peek out.
I am. I'm. Well,
you
this
see
is all
Aneth kind of walking behind, and she's like, "Wow."
I kind of point. Oh shit.
Climbs in with you.
So I'm still breathing heavy after my dream. So
You all right? What, you're trying to wank one off when we have to?
no. I don't know what just fucking happened.
I don't know why. Natural 20 for Aneth.
I got a 7. Oh wait,
Um,
I'm not an armor. Never mind.
You're not an armor, so yeah, straight roll.
Yep, 7.
Okay, that's like a 29 for her. So yeah,
wish I was paying attention.
she's in the same wagon with you. You don't see her.
I mean, where'd you go?
You see that she's hiding behind like a pile of clothing, but not even moving an inch.
I'm just.
There is dressers next to you. You can hide and do to your size. Probably if you like stand completely straight.
Sure.
The dresser would cover you, but if they got in there with you, it'd be pretty clear that there's just a dwarf standing next to a dresser.
Sure, why not?
First, do I notice the commotion that's happening in the back of the wagon?
You do hear like the small. Hi, let's go. So yeah, there's 2 shelves, like square set shelves, like 4 squares on each layer here as it goes up, and it's about a foot or so taller than you, almost reaching up to the entire like.
Is there
this wagon.
space between the top of the shelf and the top of the wagon?
There is, but it's
How-
maybe about 2 feet.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna just lay like this over.
And before
Satyr.
Coil's already down there.
Come here, real quick.
No, I'm not leaving.
Are you
No.
continuing to approach?
And I'll go stick. I'm gonna stick my hand backwards towards where CAEDRIK is, and just hope that he at least taps my hand.
You see that his hand is slowly beginning to glow as he's
I
whispering
don't
something.
touch it. Wait,
You're gonna want it.
did you say?
I haven't said what I was gonna do, but you're gonna want the help.
Do I think it's just a random hand?
The glowing.
You understand the purple tiefling.
Okay, yeah, I'll touch it.
You touch it.
What's the
Suddenly,
face
you
there?
get almost a slight translucent feel to yourself as this pinkish green swirl just snakes around you quickly and disappears. You almost are able to see through yourself, but you have a physical form. You have advantage on stealth, so go ahead and roll again.
11.
Okay.
I do +0.
You go right up against it, right up against the side of this shelf, and really hope that this new form will allow you to not be seen for the moment.
You can't see, but I put a thumbs up.
He kind of sees your thumb in and out as his passive perception is higher than the stealthy roll.
Can I whisper? Can you hear me if I whisper? I'm not here.
Are there like flaps on the wagon that I can drop?
Yeah, there's flaps that have like strings that you can tie from the inside of the wagon, so you are visible from the inside, but you can close them. And they're just going to be flaps kind of moving
just
about.
drop them so
Okay,
it
you
closes up.
reach back, get each side, unhook them from their little nail, and they fall behind. As you step up, it looks like he was like stepping towards Lux specifically, holding a medallion up in the air.
Ooh.
But as he sees you, he quickly pockets the medallion. Lux then waves his hand and calls for the caravan to halt, and he kind of looks to you at this point to just walk up. And Kara, you would have noticed these individuals as well as you were up near Lux's wagon.
Aye.
You see Lux now in a crimson red poncho-like garb, gets out of his cart, his hands held up a bit hesitantly and submissive as he speaks. And they begin kind of talking in low tones already. You see that Cadrid and Cathis is like leaning forward, the split man. Two individuals stuck as one, kind of looking on either side. They nod as you kind of begin picking up your pace slightly to join.
Yep.
As I'm assuming, Carrie, you are approaching.
Yes, it's staying pretty close to Lux.
Okay.
Can I
So
be
you
in
walk
this
up
backpack?
behind Lux. Sure. Cool. Is climbing into your backpack.
Sure, yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, perfect.
I'm gonna do big sneak.
I allow him to do so.
I follow you wherever you go.
As you travel up, you are there to hear as Lux turns to you with a nervous smile and a slight twitch to his eye, and he goes, "Well, with figures like that, I would think I would have saw them. I'm sure that they aren't on the road if they aren't here." And he turns and goes, "This, DATH'TAN, would you mind telling these two fine people that are asking if they've seen a heavily armored dwarf representing Yethan and a satyr girl? I'm telling them that we would have not had a group like that with us, and we've not seen a duo like that. Can you just tell them?" You see that he's cut off by the elven woman who steps right in Lux's face and stares right into him as he goes, "Wait a moment." The grim looking man steps towards you, DATH'TAN, and you see that he is uncomfortably close. He looks you up and down, and he's right up to your neck. He sniffs once, and he eyes you and he goes, "The people we're looking for here, they are wanted for aiding a confirmed murderer in the heat of Nocalia."
Who were the two figures that you were looking for?
Armored dwarf with a strange hammer. He has signatures of Yethan.
Nope, haven't seen them.
Make a deception check.
I'm gonna draw my cards for the morning. By
Are you
this,
doing this in front of them?
not in front of them, but every morning.
Yes. Yeah, you're just like preparing spells.
Shuffling.
Yes.
21.
21. He eyes you over, nods his head slowly, before he turns his head towards his compatriot, who's still right up against Lux. And he goes, turns back to you. That may be the case, but we're still going to see if we can't find any accidental stowaways. Lux speaks up and he goes, I'm sure that's not necessary. And the man turns to him and he goes, my mercenaries will help. He gestures with his eyes in a panic to kind of go back with them as they've already begun marching down the path one by one. The half-elf begins walking and hops into the first cart, several work hands like going up as she draws 2 knives, walking into it. She kind of looks, kicks one of the shelves as it rattles, looks about. A work hand that's just like sitting there next to her, she pins up to the wall with one hand, the dagger up to his neck. You want to live? How about you stop talking? You see that the grim man kind of looks and he goes, I'm not here for that. Keep moving if they're not in here. She lets him go, turns and steps out of the cart, the two of them beginning to tag team one cart at a time. Lux kind of looks over and goes, Stables.
Yep.
I'm gonna run back to part that Kelsey.
Okay. So as you begin hot stepping back, you see the grim man stops and looks at you, beginning to step quickly. He turns and just begins following you. Going somewhere fast.
Yeah, back to my post.
Mind if I join?
I'm on the outside, so I just kind of stand at the back corner.
You see that as his teammate's already looking through the second one, just pulling out anything that she can get her hands on. He looks to the third wagon and begins walking towards that.
Am I in view of Kelsian?
You see Kelsian up in front, and Kelsian, you now notice this man beginning to approach. At this point, you guys would be off to the left corner of the wagon, the front end of it, and beginning to walk towards you. So he's kind of walking straight at you, and
Onto
he'll be
the
walking past
back
you.
of this guy?
His back is to you at the moment.
I quickly do a hand gesture to Kelsian.
Yes,
So what's the surroundings? Is it still an open field or is it like?
it is open field with small clumpings of forest around on the left and right, along with stones. Sometimes there are large rolling hills or like miniature plateaus, but for the most part, it's pretty sparse and open.
Okay. I whisper to Kira.
Yeah. Quick, what is it?
You see that he walks up to you, Kelsian, this man.
Alright, what can I do for you?
Dark hair, and he goes, stowaways, you know about anything?
Well, like ships?
Dwarf, armor, hammer. Small girl, satyr.
Not within this area. Sounds like an interesting bunch. What all you need them for?
Question.
Reasonable. I've just got clothes in here. I'd rather keep the tent flap shut so I don't get some of this rain ruining
I'm still
them.
gonna be checking around.
Okay, no worries. Just try not to get any of the clothes wet. It's gonna be a big hassle later.
Will do.
I'm still at our
You see,
post,
I
right?
along the side, what would be the left-hand side of your car, beginning to walk to the back.
So I'm
While
gonna
they
be.
were conversing, I want to go back and peek in to see if I can like see it, because I knew he was asleep in there. 6.
You don't see any of them. They're not in
I
there.
hid from you.
3.
I'm gonna
See
be.
if you can hide from that.
I'm also gonna return to the rear of the cart alongside him.
So my plan was to just walk through, glance in,
Yeah, I'm
and
assuming
on that
you're not
glance,
standing
just
there doing
yeah,
this.
yeah, that glance was like, okay.
As you walk, you just kind of turn your head quickly, look, catch nothing, and begin walking back.
And that case, I'm gonna while I'm walking from the front of the caravan where Lux is to the back of the caravan, I'm gonna.
They are the third wagon. They are in the center.
They're in the center. Okay.
You would probably
Feed bag, any sort, like any all this food or anything I can feed to the horses, basically.
Those are around normally on the side of each wagon, but because of the heavy rain, are inside each wagon.
Okay.
At the moment, just behind each of the cart drivers.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to the third set of horses with Kelsion.
Sure. At this point, this man would probably be in the back.
Sure thing. As I am watching him turn the corner into the back, I'm invoking the eye for whatever. Actually, I have to do it when he actually makes the roll, I guess.
Yeah.
Can I invoke the eye on whatever perception roll he is making?
Do you have
I have to have visual sight of
He will be
him.
doing it when he's
Makes sense.
inside.
Okay.
So you will have to be behind him.
In that case,
And at
just
this point, you
keep.
probably wouldn't be fast enough. Starting from the beginning, running because it's about like 10, 20 feet
Mhm.
between each, so you'd have to run 60 feet and try to make it look natural to the partner
just
who's
going
in
to
the
sight?
second wagon and to yourself.
Yeah. If I'm gonna
You reach your hand back.
get up to
See,
Kelsion.
if he just like I'm about to
You
tell him,
kinda
just
open
try
the
not to get
flap
anything wet.
As you see, he walks in. You hear as the first step is taken, and there's a slight shake of the wagon, and you hear a wet sound of leather boots that are wet hitting the main flat of the wagon.
Okay.
You see, he looks about. Major's cart is kind of nice, but most of the stuff was taken out upon her death. So, like her chair and her small lantern she had hanging up here was taken out.
Mm-hmm.
Considering the work hand stopped, there could have been some witchcraft going on with them.
Yeah.
He kind of begins looking around, and as you open the flap and begin saying that, he reaches for a pile of clothes and just throws it outside behind him.
As he's looking for.
Care to share anything else?
No, that's gonna cost me. Cost me money here.
Good.
Do I hear the clothing hit?
You hear.
I
you
turn
already
back
hear the
around.
rain
Yeah.
beginning to hit heavy.
I turn back around.
You see
Pick
the
back
half
up.
elf female with one side of the buzzed head and the tattoo beginning to walk up to you, and she goes, "Problem?
Yeah, we're trying to keep our.
Shut up
Mer-
and stand back."
I walk up right
I pick up the clothing. I toss it back.
You see that she steps on one of the clothing and stomps almost on your hand. As you reach down for it, she
I think that was unnecessary.
That was very unnecessary.
How far is the nearest rock? Like no, like one of the large rocks in the distance. Sorry.
large rock, like how large? Because there's like small plateaus, small, large, or
What
like
is your plan?
I know. Let him do
Hear
it.
me
Let
out.
him do it.
Enough for someone to hide behind. Okay.
like a body of rock.
Yes.
I would say from where you are, because you're in front of the caravan, to your left, because you're facing technically north. To the left of you, about 20 feet out, there's a body of stone that's about 15 feet around. So it's kind of like a turtle shell, large, has quite a bit of moss, and the rain's already pounding on it and beginning to make it be very, very slick. It's almost like a mushroom top, but it's pretty long, not super tall. Maybe about, if it's 15 feet wide, it's about 10 feet tall.
Okay. What are you doing?
Decent body of stone.
I'm going to. Okay. Last question. Are there any smaller rocks? Like, let's say less than 10 pounds.
Less than 10 pounds. Yeah, like you can probably find some rocks that are roughly about baseball size or stuff that are not on the trail but nearby.
I'm gonna pick a rock up with Mage Hands, take it over to behind the rock because the max range of Mage Hand is 30 feet, and I'm gonna smack it against the ground a few times in order to mimic the sound of footsteps.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
I can't help it. Ooh, that's not bad.
Uh, 13, 19 total.
19 total. So you begin just shoving a rock into mud and dirt and hoping that it makes enough noise to be heard. The elf who's staring at you begins to step forward and stops and turns and looks at the rock, looks to you, turns on a heel and begins going down that way. She goes,
And
looks
then-
into the wagon. I'll check it out, stay in there. Begins walking.
After
The man
oh,
looks about, steps up, and he's standing right in front of the pile of clothes. He looks around, steps forward. He is level with you. He reaches forward, leaning, opens the flap, looks at KELSION. Turns around, exits the wagon. Waste of our time. We're moving. The elf stops, turns, gives him a nod, and walks back to him. You see that Lux kind of steps forward as they meet near the front of the caravan again. And he goes, "You have a good day. I hope this wasn't too terrible of an experience for you." He then nods and turns towards his partner, this man, who, with an unsatisfied grumble, stalks away in anger. She gives you a hateful look.
Oh, I'm glaring right back at her.
She stops. Steps forward. Do you want to play, boy?
No. I'm not gonna do that.
Prey normally don't meet their predator's eyes.
That's funny.
He sees. She turns and begins walking. The man just kind of with a slow grin begins walking away. As they move past, and you who've taken the anchor of this caravan have been watching from afar, see as they walk past, the woman seems to stalk off. The man stops and he goes, "Tell your dwarf to hire a little bit up. We'll be coming." Pats you on the shoulder and begins to walk. By the way, the 8 will send their regards soon.
Just give him a nod. Walk out to Dathan.
You don't know what you're doing, do you?
Don't think you know what you're doing either.
I'm not the one that killed slavers on the beach.
I walk over towards Dathan.
He just shakes his head and begins walking.
I'm gonna finally go pick up this clothes that he threw out.
They are within the salt and sand road. They are pretty dirty. A bunch of slog and like pebbles that are on them that you're trying to scrape off, but it's pretty well stained with the darker shirts and linens.
Try the wizard. He might have a spell for that.
They're gone, right?
They are
Magic's gonna do better than
effectively-
hand.
Yeah, but I'll still make the effort.
They are past the caravan, past the final wagon, and are just walking.
It's okay.
You notice that Lux is slowly climbing into his wagon and taking the reins. He seems to be waiting, taking his time, looking back at the two figures as they travel down the road. He waits for a few minutes before calling out, "Horses ready!" Within another moment or so, the caravan begins to travel
How should you jump into the cart that Kelsey's
Step in, and ANETH slowly rises and goes, pretty sure I almost wet myself.
I did.
going? I'm standing there, arms crossed.
I walk over to you guys.
Now. Before you say anything, we didn't do nothing.
I pin you to the wall.
Tell us.
Oh, we doing this? Okay.
Are you like not fighting, or are you?
No, I'm still like.
Well, is
I'm
he
not
pinning you? Are you like fighting him back?
No,
or pushing him up?
I don't.
Okay, so you push him to the side of the wagon. He's like half your height, so your hand's on his shoulder, and you just grab him and thrust him to it. And SAAKA, you come up to this moment.
You want to tell me who those two were?
Sure.
What did you guys get yourselves into?
It all started. And then I tell them. I tell them everything.
What he ends up telling you is that he ran into an interesting figure who turned out to be what is known as a Coven Jaeger. One who is seen as outlawed and a disbanded group from nearly 2 ages ago. They attempted to assist him and work together on a mission they were hired upon. However, they ran into what is known as, in this island, what CAEDRIK has to explain to you, are Yakal, known as Dreadstriders. They are extremely efficient hunters, who are pretty much the enforcers of the law of Nokaya. They do not need jurisdiction, as they can come and kill whoever they feel. Also, they are not to be toyed with. Each and every single one of them, well trained, well skilled. They're meant to be lone rangers, but put even 2 or 3 together and you have a death squad. But they're not hidden, they're not assassins. They will flaunt their level of power and can back it up. And 2 of them were looking for your teammates. Acquaintances, which becomes a very friendly word to you as this continues.
I don't think you exactly know what you got yourselves into.
How was I supposed to know it was a fucking Jaeger?
He knew exactly where you were. He let you go. Learn to hide better.
And also in different carts.
I was already in this one.
Why-
I'm not gonna leave when he's right there.
Why are they after you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go hide. Run. I'm not gonna do that.
So you met these people. Why are they after you guys? What did you do?
Okay. We're gonna do this. Okay. So we were just doing our thing. Me, Aneth, and this homie. And
Who's the homie?
What's a homie?
I remember. His name was Jaron. Jaros. I almost did it. His name was Jaros. He was the one with the horse. You know, the horse that I almost lost.
The horse that you kept calling Beetle, if I remember?
Yeah, that's his horse, Beetle.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so we were just going to do our thing. We were investigating a town. A bunch of shit happened. A bunch of people died. And we were going to I think we were going to kill the people that did all of it. You know, were the people that did it ended up being the people? Really? Okay.
You were heading in the right direction.
We were heading in the right direction. And then we met those 2 people. And they tried to kill us.
Why?
Because he's a Jaeger.
Your homie.
And they don't like Jaegers.
Also, you would know. You can share this as you will. But
Sure.
the lowest bounty for a Jaeger is about 15,000 gold.
So you were helping.
I didn't know he was a Jaeger. And so that moment, that is when I found out that he was a Jaeger. And we did a little bit of a battle. Jaros told us to leave, we left. I don't know what happened after that.
You are in way too deep. Way
I know!
too deep.
No, you're cleaning up those clothes now.
What did I do?
You're the fault that those are dirty.
I just wanted some money!
I don't care about that. You're an idiot.
Okay. I admit when I'm wrong. I'll take the blame on this one.
Aneth kind of steps in at this point to defend you, and she goes, I don't think you were there, so I would say that mind your own bloody business, unless you were experienced.
Okay, guys.
And I'll let you know, you talking up, they would kill you instantly. I'm just letting you know.
Why did he let you go? He knew exactly where you were.
I don't know.
He told me to tell you to hide better.
Good to know. But I don't know why he let me go.
So that they can probably come back with more and easily kill us all.
If they want me, they can have me. I didn't assist him. I didn't know he was a
Why
Jaeger.
did you hide it then?
Because I didn't want to die. I didn't know till then that he was a Jaeger. Why would they?
I slowly poke my head out and of the
At this point,
backpack.
it's a very tense scene as Care has traveled you up to it, as the entire wagon's full of these acquaintances that are kind of friends, besides KELSION, who's awkwardly letting the entire kind of wagon drive itself, letting the
Look,
horses lead.
I don't plan on seeing him ever again, but I don't want to die for him.
You do extremely
Yeah. He's loud enough. I hear it.
That was pretty close.
every member of that of the person there.
So I would have been within hearing distance.
At this point, if Care has moved up to this third wagon, then yes, you would be hearing part of this, not the entire.
And look,
Okay.
So tell us.
here's the thing.
Don't point that finger at me.
Here's the thing.
I'll cut that
Tell
finger
us
off again.
one more time.
I do it and immediately put it away because I know you will.
Tell us one more time. Who was after you guys to kill you?
Those two people. Those exact two people.
No, at the beginning.
You said some stuff went down in town.
Oh yes.
Tell us exactly what
All the
happened.
buildings were burned, and there were a bunch of piles of like.
Some of the
Some of the buildings were burned. There was a bunch of stuff on the ground. There were these dolls with runes in them. It was really weird.
You said that
And,
there was a.
and Jaros, he figured it out. He knew where they were. We were going to kill the people that burned the town.
Who burns the town?
I don't know. Jaros did, and now I don't know where he is.
Okay. You said at the beginning there was this group of people with a name of that group that.
Like did that?
Yes.
Would I remember their name?
a bit more clarification for Saaka's question.
No. So.
I said that there was a
when-
group of people that burned.
No. When you were explaining your story, you had the DM finish it for you.
Mhm.
I want a repeat of that.
Oh, so she's just asking for
The group of hunters, what were they named?
They're called Yakal.
Yakal.
So yeah, she's wanting for an in-universe
Yeah.
sentence. Speaking her name.
They're called Yakal.
Which you would know, because I believe you know this one.
Yes.
Cal is the word for dread.
That's metal as fuck.
No. And here's the thing. I don't know how you guys feel about Jaegers. Everyone here's got different preferences. I don't give two shits. I didn't help him because he was a Jaeger. I helped him because he asked for my. I asked to help him because I wanted something to do.
So have you seen this group of hunters?
Yeah, I just saw two of them. I'm assuming that there's 8 of them because he said 8.
We really need to get going then.
And I have no idea where Jaros is.
No means of contacting him?
Nope.
Oh,
He
okay.
grabbed Beetle and left.
I look at Aneth.
We're fucked.
We are quite dead, yes.
I didn't do anything. I just wanted some money.
didn't do anything either.
I know, and we're gonna die for it. We're gonna die for doing nothing. Whoever thought of that? Whoever thought, oh, I'm just gonna kill a guy for doing nothing?
You know these people better than we do.
Yeah, they're assholes.
You have your reason.
Look, today's been a really rough day. I fucking drowned, and then I woke up, and now all this is happening.
How did you drown?
Long story.
Alright, you go what I was. I'm gonna stay up here.
Anyone got a straitjacket?
No, you get to go walk out there.
I need to think about some
So
things.
go walk out there.
What are you, my dad now?
I drag you, and I toss you.
Oh, okay, I'll go. I leave and I just go walk outside. Where's Turtle?
Just that. He always takes kind of the anchor position as well. He's a slow individual.
Hey, I need to talk to you.
I'm gonna jump down and go sit up in front of the car with Kelsion.
There's some shit going on. I need your advice. You seem like the wise old owl type.
Yeah.
What do you do when there's people that are literal almost gods trying to kill you? We're doing nothing.
Apologize as swiftly as you can.
Why didn't I think of that? True. Shoot. Where is him?
Wizard.
Bear had walked up to the wagon, so he was like.
I want to
in
go
the
back
of
and
the
find him, and I want to talk to you.
So the rest of the group is still in the third wagon area.
Okay.
I
Since-
moved from the back of the car to
Apparently
sitting up
chose
front
the party
with
wagon.
Kelsion.
Okay. So the flap opens up from the outside, kind of hitting you in the back. Not painful at all, but you feel it as Daphne is crawling out to join you up in the front. There's enough for 2 people.
So it seems that you're the one that when people in this group have problems, they come and talk to.
It seems that
I don't know why you got that role. I'm gonna skip it. I need to talk to you.
I am willing to listen. How can I help you?
Is there like an empty cart?
An empty wagon?
Yeah.
Or
Can I empty a wagon?
Each one of these wagons has a work hand doing something in it, just small menial tasks to do
MTs,
something,
you're probably
and
gonna
plus
find
a
this my
driver.
wagon.
Yeah, the best bet is this wagon, considering it has no work hands. It's just the clothing.
I need to talk to you in private. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
I'm sitting up
I'm
front
sitting
with me.
up front.
Oh.
He points out.
Get the fuck out.
I'm gonna gently put my backpack. Okay, are we inside a wagon? What's the story?
Yeah.
Keep it
You guys
on
were
you.
following behind the wagon, but
Right.
you can enter at any point.
Okay.
Everyone's kind of said it.
So we're trailing a little bit, is what I understand. A
You're
little
just a
bit.
few feet behind it, and the horses of the next wagon is behind.
Okay.
Let's move off to the side a little bit.
Oh yeah, probably, but I mean at least I can work with
The heavy rain still just pinging off of your armor.
I hold my umbrella so it kind of fits both of us a little bit.
Hey, thanks. Alright, so, I just had, like, a weird-ass dream, and I need your help. Are you, like, the Daniel type? Do you interpret?
You know what?
I will do my best. The cards do not always speak, but they might be of service to you.
Okay.
Explain this dream to me.
And I explained my dream, like everything that happened. You saw it, you heard what happened. Did you get all of it?
I got most of it. So
Okay.
you were on a vessel, and then
On a vessel.
chains stripped you from the vessel.
So I was on a ship. Ship crashed. I was on the ship by myself.
Yep.
I look up in the sky. Yeffin was chilling there. I asked Yeffin. I said, "Hey Yeffin, I got out of school. I learned more about you. What do I do now?" And then Yeffin kind of struggled with something and was pulled away. There was the ray of light, and I had chains on my wrists and my neck, and then I went and drowned.
You were shot through your
I was shot through the
broken
ship.
in the middle
I
of
was
the
trying to pull the chains away. I couldn't do it. There was a voice in my head telling me to fight it. I couldn't do it, and I drowned. And then after I drowned, I woke up.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I've had a rough day.
Does Yeffin have any enemies to speak of?
Religion check?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would have technically learned this, but this is
One, no.
Yeah, no, Yeffin has no enemies. Oh, religion. Yikers. Never mind. Dirty 20.
okay.
Ooh.
You would know, due to especially the heavy learnings of Yeffin specifically, that Kelsion unlocks, the Hall of Stone and Storms. It's, by the way, it's not much of a school as it is more just a training facility.
He calls it school.
Sure, I know.
But yeah, I get it.
In itself, she has one real rival throughout history. Kasala, the Chained Radiance.
Oh, well, that solves it. Problem solved.
With what you know, the base story, and what most people just know, in the time of Age of Phaetrum, when the war between the Guardians and Harbingers were coming to its climax, or nearing, a new Guardian that was brought into the fold, named Kasala, who was an angel that was seen and conscripted by the Guardians themselves as they saw her great potential, brought her into the fold. She, however, saw and heard and was brought upon, sensed all the pain, all the suffering, all the death that this war had brought, that she had been a part of,
Okay.
and wished to do something but couldn't do enough. And when the Guardians' reaction was to, at some point, you have to stomach the fact that you can't save them all, pain turned to hatred. Kasala attempted to overthrow the Guardians herself with her newfound power. And in the fight was stopped by one woman, Yeffin. And what is one of the strongest and biggest throws of power that happened within Lighthaven itself. The very foundations of its kingdoms and beauty shook to its very core as Yeffin struck down, did not kill Kasala,
Okay.
but put her into a prison of chains, a demi-plane within Lighthaven, so that she may answer for crimes she committed.
Okay.
Kasala was then labeled as a harbinger, known as the Chained Radiance.
Okay. So I know this. So Satyrick's talking. You know, I couldn't figure it out. It's like she has only one enemy, and it's like Radiance and she. Oh. I'm a little stupid.
However, the fact that this would worry you more than make you a bit more, oh, I'm dumb, is the fact that she should be eternally imprisoned. And the fact that she somehow broke through a vision that Yeffin sent you means that she has enough influence and power of herself to do it.
Okay.
While in prison.
Okay. So maybe Kasala's gonna like get revenge or something?
Do you at any point say chained radiance at any part of this conversation?
Yeah, you just said radiance and light and hope.
I said
Okay.
If you wish.
No,
you know who I'm talking about?
Can I make a religion check or?
Kasala. They call her the Chain Radiance.
Thank you. Okay.
If you want, go ahead and make it a history.
History would be good. I am bad at the religion. Where is my? Oh.
So am I. I'm a cleric.
That's a 23.
You know about the base story as well, and you've heard about her. For the most part, her influence and those who follow her are not just warrior types, but those for the most part who have been wronged or have had nothing but a broken pain. She reaches out to members like that and teaches them to turn that pain into an unending fueled hatred. So most of those who follow her are not just cults, but organizations of trained mercenary groups, entire armies that have fought in her name before. They are normally very skilled and very angry. You know a bit more of the history side than the religious side.
I am familiar with these stories, but other than seeking the enemy, which now presumably is gaining strength, that is what I foresee in this stream. This radiance. Fear it. Does Yefin often send you visions?
You have seen dreams, but not quite a daydream or vision.
This was really new.
I am sending you a message, Jaron. Stand by.
Sure thing.
I mean, the turtle told me I should just go apologize. What do you guys think?
You're still an idiot.
Hey, up yours, buddy.
I'll cut off your hand next time.
I'll just put it back on.
And then I can cut it off again.
And then I'll put it back on
And
again.
then I'll... This will just
This is
continue.
gonna be a cycle.
Yeah, probably.
You want to do it? I like it. Hold on my hand. I put it back. I'm not ready to put it back. You could just not the beard. Just not the beard. I will kill you if you touch the beard. I won best beard at the dwarven pageant. Don't touch.
I'm glad that got brought up. That's good.
Be a thing from now on.
There's a thought that crosses your mind.
Okay.
Dwarven beauty pageant?
Okay.
It's weird. Everyone that was in it was a dude.
I think I'm gonna keep that thought to myself at this current moment in time.
Please tell us if you receive any omens that are of direct importance.
Well, if there's storms like this again, probably. It only happens when the storm's out.
Interesting.
Does my hammer look any different while it's stormy?
No.
Okay.
It still has the same broken and almost like scooped out look to it, with the spider web like cracks throughout it. The slight energy. Painfully growing.
Okay.
So why not apologize?
I know he was I kind of liked his idea. I could probably go catch up to him.
Do they think you are perhaps a Coven Jaeger worth the amount of money a Coven Jaeger is?
I hope not.
Because that's disconcerting.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he could have killed me, but he didn't, so I don't think so.
You're not a Coven
Do I look like a Coven Jaeger? Do I look like a Coven Jaeger?
What does a Coven Jaeger look like? I've just heard the words.
Powerful.
You're right, you do not look like it.
Exactly. They do a bunch of weird stuff. I just hit shit.
Understandable. Shit's facts.
And then I rejoined the caravan.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Oh,
Anyone else doing anything?
can I clean the clothes?
You can take time.
Look, I'm not doing it because you told me to. I'm doing it because I want to do it out of the
Sticking
kindness
it
of my
out
heart.
into the rain, and then you're trying to squeeze it out. It's not going to be the same. It's probably going to be real shriveled by the time that it dries. But
These aren't gonna have any resale value. I'm sorry.
That's why I was saying give it to the wizard. He might have spells for it.
I already had my therapy session. I want to go ask him for more. Do you know who Kasala is?
Gesundheit.
Alright, I don't have to kill you.
You really are everyone's therapist.
I know. I'm just cleaning the clothes.
Should start charging a fee for it.
That would be the smart
Yeah.
thing to do.
It's like,
I flick him a
gold.
piece of gold. after
What?
I'm done
All of us are
talking.
broke. You haven't gotten paid yet.
right.
We're heading towards.
You got a pretty nice little.
Yes, I did, but
Yes.
We're heading towards Reston.
You guys are headed towards Redfin, but we'll hit Kraldirk first. You once again travel for the rest of the day before pulling over, eating dinner, and coming to a rest for the night.
I am staying up tonight.
Okay.
I am staying up all night.
Sure thing.
I am very paranoid that I'm going to be killed tonight. So I'm armor, hammer like this, shivering.
I tell Kindness to keep a close eye on CAEDRIK.
I would like to go talk to Lux.
Lux would be a good person to speak to at this
Yes.
moment in time.
You see that as you walk from the back all the way to the front, that Lux is slowly still in a red poncho as the rain's coming down heavy, and he's just every once in a while keeping a lively little shift to the reins to let the horses know that he's still awake. A black cap is resting on his head as if he is somewhat falling asleep, but he's still riding, and he acknowledges your presence as his head tilts towards you. I was wondering when one of you would come join me. He slides over to the left and pats the seat to the right.
I sit down.
You climb up and sit. The wagon shakes slightly. The hooves are beating into the wet sand path.
Kind of sit there in silence for a second. You're not someone I really trust, nor particularly like.
Fair enough.
But you have probably been around these parts more than the rest of us.
I've traveled Milk Isle once or twice.
So, the people that were here to find CAEDRIK and ANETH, before they left, he told me he knew exactly where CAEDRIK was, but yet.
His arms kind of tense and his eyes look to you. Really?
Yet he let him go.
You see that he leans back and he points a finger. Max, give me the one third shot. And you see that one of the work hands, a younger teenage boy, black hair, a bit of a stubble beginning to come in, but it's super, super flecky and not strong at all. But you can tell he's trying to make it grow in and make it last for him. Brown, eager eyes, he like reaches through, and he seems to grab what looks to be an arm bracelet of just this thick metal band that is black with a red line looking through it, and at the end of each is a bead that kind of goes and connects right in the middle, and on each bead is an eye. Fake, of course, but well carved and very, very intricate. And he hands it to him, and you see that Lux kind of slips it on his arm, begins looking about. This will kick in a little bit. Continue speaking.
So we talked to CAEDRIK. He yammers on constantly. It's really hard to get a straight answer out of him. Have you ever heard of the 8? Or
I know the heinous 8, yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more of them?
They are slavers, but not your ordinary kind. They're not just slavers, they're terrorists. They burn, kill, destroy whatever they feel. And they do it all in the name of death to gods. The Mother of Faith has reassured us from Belfirum that she is searching for them, along with having the help of any and all the bygone gods she has at her disposal, searching for them, but they are deceitful, they have quite a bit of following, and they themselves are pretty damn slippery. They show up, they do their work quick, make an example for others to shut up, and they're gone before the bygone gods can get there.
So they have a very specific kind of work. People who they do. People they kill. Are they
Whoever.
Are they contracted by someone, or
They're slavers, I figure they can be, but I feel like the slaving part is more just how they make money. Their real job is just fear. They're in the business of making people scared and they're good at it. Something's weird about their leader as far as I've been told. But
who is their leader?
who knows? But they say that he's 12 feet tall and can uproot a tree with one hand. And then again, there's also rumors about him breathing fire, things like that. So rumors are rumors.
He said that the 8 are coming.
Here. Oh. You see that his face, honestly, from his normal regal golden face pales ever so slightly. That's not good.
When we talked to CAEDRIK, he said that they had a Covenjager that
This is all news.
that they sort of unintentionally helped. Supposedly, I'm sure CAEDRIK could chat your ear off about it.
For he has now put every single person in this caravan in danger.
When they went to the town, the town had been burned with runes.
Rolduck was burned.
And that it was by these hunters called Yakal, I believe he said.
The cow style isn't normally through fire. They just kill anyone they wish in the streets.
That's not what you said?
No,
Oh.
it's not.
Cal didn't do it.
No.
He had said, I'll let you know, that they didn't really know, but the Covenjager had an idea who burned the
Oh.
who burned the town.
He knew. He didn't tell us.
Okay, erase what I said then.
Sure.
Do I remember the place?
So Rolduck's been burned.
They don't know who, but evidently the Covenjager had an
Probably
idea.
explain why there could be a detachment at Rolduck in the moment. Rolduck is given no guards, no protection. It's a mining town that has to suffer for itself. Makes sense.
Somehow this is all connected, and it's confusing as we get told more. It gets more and more confusing.
You know, I'll make you a deal here. You don't trust me, so it won't be a big one. See that he reaches for his armband, pulls it off. He goes, you can have this. I just don't have to pay you at the end, because it would probably be about the exact same price.
What is it?
It allows you to see things that could be prying on you at any given time.
What do you mean?
There is a spell, such known as scrying, or several other different versions. I'm assuming that's what those Yakal were using. They have at their disposal. That's probably how they're tracking your friends. Given this, you can know when they're doing it.
Who exactly are the Yakal?
The Yakal are those two that were just past here looking for
And they are part of a bigger group?
The ABIGAIL is an enforcement. They are numerous throughout all the islands. They just seek and kill who they believe has disobeyed the laws, not who's actually done it. They take no time for investigation, they just kill and think they're efficient.
So that's how they knew. But scrying.
Scry would be the easiest way, but there are several other spells that would allow you to get an idea of the location of someone.
I'll take the deal. But they are not my friends.
Acquaintances.
Better. Take it from him. What are you going to do?
I'm going to just crawl back as fast as we possibly can. Just getting some guards in between us and what's coming is going to be the best thing.
Do we stand a chance? If it comes to it?
You're very strong, SAAKA. They will break you. No. If they catch you,
So if we can't beat them,
hide. And pray to whatever guardian you believe that they don't find you.
what does this mean for your group?
It means that we're going to lie low and be what we are. Caravans, selling goods.
Well,
However, this changes things.
seems so.
I'll pay you what you want to do, but I would suggest if this doesn't go well that we separate from Krogakon. I'm not putting any more of my people on death's door just because of incompetence within unknown acquaintances.
I can agree with you there.
I'm glad we could.
Hold up the bracelet. Thanks for whatever this is.
Saves me money.
Jump off.
Look about. And walk back into the back caravan. Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm just taking a walk.
With a quickened pace, you begin moving. Lux having a bit of a paranoid step into each one of the wagons. You travel for what amounts to an extra week before you finally come across the site of the town of Krog. The rain still coming, but during the travel there is some back and forth. Surprising heat hits you some days, and what seems to be a river is in between you and the town. It's quite out, and it looks like there will be some days to travel, but as you crest a large hill and begin making your way down, you do see the form of a town. But before you reach that, you finally hit a day where the storm passes, and you come across a surprising heat. Off in the distance, just ahead of you is a river. At this point, you see most of it from the trail, dozens of feet wide, heading west towards the ocean. The river looking to flow in a trench with this half-cylinder of what looks to be bored-out earth, provide space with traveling waters. Steep slants of dirt, pebbles, and stone allow a few feet of space in between the edge and the water level, allowing for someone to sit at an angle in front of the river. At this part of the river, the water looks to be about 5.5 feet deep or so. The water at this point is slower, but still decently strong in current. The clear water is a calming sight. You see large stones poking out and breaching through the river at points. The water flowing around or splashing up on the rocks. The highway stops at this trench and continues on the other side, a bridge stretching to it. The sturdy, thick wooden bridge arching over the river, painted a deep red that has bleached in the sun but hasn't chipped. The wooden rails on either side have lanterns attached as a head to each one of these wooden fence post railings on either side of the bridge. Each lantern is a perfect square, fitting as the head of each one of these posts. The storm finally gone, but probably not gone forever. Lux decides that for this week, it's good enough to slow down even just for a day. He looks over to Care and he goes, "We'll cross the bridge and take the rest of the day here. Allow us to escape the heat of time fish through the river."
Sounds good.
Care, eyes open.
Always.
The caravan crosses and then parks alongside the river, only a few feet of space from the edge. Several of the work hands already begin to climb down and strip down into lighter clothes and begin splashing their face or trickling the back of their neck or simply putting their shirt into the water and putting it back on to cool themselves down as the sun is finally out and reminding you that it is all there with beating heat. Some go further down west and begin to splash about. Others go east and begin to fill up water skins and tanks with fresh, cool river water. Lux himself lies against the edge, splashing some water on his neck of this very slanted, short space in between the edge and the water itself. He watches the people play and relax, but there is no calmness to his face. It looks like Rala and Kramer, however, are enjoying themselves. Kramer seems to be a strong swimmer as Rala is watching him with pride on her face. Looking about, what does seem to crack a smile on Lux's face is Jesse, who is beginning to give shell rides to the work hands down the river as a lazy float every once in a while before bringing himself to the edge, climbing back up, and offering it again. Going under the bridge with his head and arms inside his shell before going back again and again and again, lumbering each way. Lux breathes heavy and he looks to Care and Coil. "We'll take the day here and then push on to the town."
What do you expect to find there?
Hopefully safety. Upon cresting the hill, we saw it, but it's still going to be quite a ways out. Don't let the distance fool. We've been traveling hard for a week. We deserve a break. Is anyone doing it?
During that week, whenever I get spare moments, I would like to work on the forgery of my documentation.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand.
Okay. Oh, that's bad to do.
You get a deception check and then sleight of hand.
Would you be
Okay,
doing
shoot
this by
deception
yourself?
Doing this by myself, yes.
Okay.
I have
do you-
proficiency in a forgeries kit. Can I add
Okay.
that proficiency anywhere?
Yes. So go ahead and roll deception with your proficiency
I don't know
bonus.
if Care would want. It's like, what's
Is
the
this the thing I
document?
can give Bardic
Like, copy
inspiration on?
I'm keeping this.
Oh,
You're
I was
obviously
just gonna
keeping
have-
it to himself, and you wouldn't know.
Okay.
I don't know that personally.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's why I was gonna ask.
Care is not trusting of you in the moment.
It's okay.
For you, it's not legal.
That's bad. That's a
So deception with proficiency bonus.
sure. It's a 9.
Okay. And sleight of hand with proficiency bonus.
So I have proficiency bonus. That's a 17.
Okay.
So first copy's a bit rough.
Yeah. You seem to be getting the handwriting down.
Mhm.
The physical part of it is good. But however, the intense focus that it takes to write and to get that sort of penmanship,
Mhm.
because you're not bad, but you're not exactly what the people of Milkaio write like, as
Mhm.
you from Sinai have a totally different way of writing.
Mhm.
The focus it does to take that, you realize that it is pretty much gobbledygook. It's just not bad, but it's just words in a sentence. It's not much format or structure.
Mhm.
You can tell that if you're going to pull this off, you are not going to be able
I take a long hard look at this, and then I toss it into the fire when no one's looking, and then I get ready for trying that again at another time.
Okay. And as for the day up,
Is there like a
tree line, from where you are, it looks like south. What would be to your west, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty far out. It looks like it would take you quite a while. Like it's way off in the distance. There does seem to be a large clumping of trees, like a large U, but that looks to be literally what could equivocate to data.
Okay. No.
You just see it because it's large enough to see a large gathering.
Okay. Stretch out.
And at this point, it seems to be like at the base of a large body of stone. And at this point, you guys have noticed that off to the left, it's now just become like this connected, almost line plateau stone that is like dropped off and picked up with another almost mountain-shaped body of stone, but it's just a large hill, and then continuing onwards. And even from when you were cresting up above a hill and seeing the outskirts of the town, it looks to be in the left of another large hill of stone.
Are we at the bottom of the hill?
At this point, you would be cresting downwards, so you're not quite, but you are getting close. So you guys are kind of sitting at an angle, which is why there's not much like a flat land before getting the river. It's much more just slanted ground in between the edge of like this semicircle that carries the river and then the water level itself. And it's about 5.5 feet, 6 feet deep.
All right. Yeah, I just want to walk away from the group and just sit.
Oh. Anyone else doing anything?
I'm probably gonna spend most of the day swimming.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Should know my perception stat by now.
I believe it's +7 for you.
No, my perception isn't something I'm proficient in.
Oh,
It's a
so
25 total.
25, natural 20?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Found the good dice.
As you're in the midst of swimming, you go under, and the current is pretty strong, but nothing you can't handle. You're like looking, just moving about. You see just the shell of Jesse slowly traveling down with someone on his shell, enjoying the time. You actually see a small gleam as the sun that's out just for the past day or so catches something with underneath a rock and part of the dirt and sand.
I'm gonna swim down to try to dig it up or pick it up.
Bits of like patches of grass that are actually growing underneath this river kind of clump it together, but as you kind of tear and move it aside, it begins to reveal the shape of a dagger.
Interesting. I'm going to guess underwater I can probably not make out what metal type it is. If I need to surface, I'll surface to take another breath and dive back down to fully pull it out.
Well, I believe that you can hold your breath for, I think, equal to your con mod.
Yeah, con mod for minutes.
Yeah.
I just think
And your con's 5?
I believe so.
Your con mod is
My constitution modifier is 5.
Okay, so you can hold your breath for 5 minutes.
Yeah. See, I know I can hold my breath for 1 minute. I forget my character can do way more than what I can.
So as you're kind of treading the water, trying to keep yourself in this space, so you're not dragged back by the river. You look and you say you wouldn't be able to hold your breath.
You hold your breath for seconds.
Yeah, probably.
I can hold my breath for -2 minutes.
So you do not need to go for it.
Okay. I forget the rules of drowning. But yeah, I'd like to try to pull it up out of the muck.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
Not something I'm so proficient in. 12. So 14.
14. As you pull, it comes loose, but with a hand. You see what looks to be a skeletal hand still gripping onto it, and looking now, there is that of a forearm and bits of flesh.
The
The
hilt
hand
or
has-
the blade? What is it holding on to?
It's holding onto the hip.
I found this fair and square. This is mine.
You rip the skull hand off and toss it. It looks pretty old. There may be tidbits of flesh on it, but this looks to be pretty well decayed.
Okay. So yeah. Once I have it,
You kind of look and you see bits of like a jaw, an eye, part of a forehead.
can I make out any sort of race?
Make a medicine check. You're doing quite a bit with 5 minutes underwater.
You're good at that.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
No.
You're a cleric.
Doesn't mean I'm good with medicine. I'm good with healing magic, not practical magic. Not practical healing.
Okay.
12.
Well, it looks elvish in nature. Much more elegant features to it, but it's just almost like just bits of flesh are honestly torn off, almost like paper coming off of a physical or a hard surface, just peeling back.
Okay.
Bits of like muscle and flesh that's left on it is just stringy and barely hanging on.
Let's see. By this point, I'm definitely probably going to be running out of air soon, so I'll surface.
Taking a look at the dagger that you've now surfaced with, it is a beautiful and wide dagger of pure silver that slightly snakes in its shape. It has an amber scaled grip, a pure crystal pommel with a pinkish setting sun color within the pommel crystal itself. It's a bit heavier than most daggers, but still feels very well balanced.
There is no way this is not magical. Okay. Yeah, I know. I don't have the spell, so I have to rely on other casters. Let's see. How stuck into the muck was the body?
Pretty well buried. Like you were catching the very tip of its forearm and parts of its face. That was it.
Okay.
Those kids don't pull out a body.
I was gonna go diving for loot.
Because look what I found.
Kramer
I'll
and
just-
Coil instantly traumatized.
I found a body, Kramer.
I'll take the dagger and swim to
Man,
the shore,
Seinfeld
and
agreed
then
with him.
just redress up.
Okay. You
And then once I'm dressed, I'd like to try to go find Care.
get out, put on your clothes and part of your armor, and as you're trying to suit up, you begin walking towards the direction of Care, who's just sitting nearby Lux, but not too far off.
I imagine. Are you playing in the water at all, Coil?
I am avoiding the water with a passion.
Coil is kind of halfway up Care, holding onto his side, claws out into his arm. Care seems like this is somewhat of an old thing.
No,
Go in the water.
no. I don't like it.
Okay.
So as I approach, Care, I found this stuck in the muck at the bottom of the river. I was wondering if this gives off any sort of magical essence, and if so, what does it do? Because this seems way too beautiful not to be magical.
That is delightfully shiny. Let me have a look at it.
I take it, and
And runs.
I'm
very
outboard.
slowly, old man style.
Has a heart attack about 13. Falls to the ground. Doesn't
Dying.
move again.
Lands on top of Coil. And then I cast Identify on it as a ritual.
This dagger is magical. It's an extra +1 to attack and damage rolls, and deals an extra 1d4 radiant. Once a day, it can be activated as a bonus action upon making an action attack, gaining bonus damage equal to a casting modifier or proficiency bonus if not a caster. As radiant damage to a single melee attack that you make on that time. Upon hitting this target with your bonus action, you cast Fairy Fire on it. A single cast, DC 14.
This is the Dagger of Fairy Radiance.
My bad, I will pull it through.
If it's not called the Dagger of Fairy Radiance,
It's going back into the river.
First real magical weapon thrown into the river.
It's better than other daggers of its quality. It does radiant damage, I believe, and there's some sort of fairy fire spell attached within it.
Autumn's Palace.
Oh, you were going for that?
I have fairy fire, so it probably wouldn't be this.
I thought you were going for
you said that the river's like 5 feet, right?
5, 6 feet.
Yep. Satyer's not going in. It is taller than him.
First one is free. Next time will cost 5 gold pieces.
Actually was though.
That's the sound.
Thank you.
That's the sound. That's the Sage.
One thing.
4.
Did the dagger require attunement? Okay.
Did Kelsion take it?
Yes.
Cool.
Sometime
In
later
that case,
today, I'll
Satyer's
work on
sleeping.
attuning to it.
You see it from afar, Aneth is staring at the shiny dagger.
So everyone's pretty
I
much
was
at
about
the
to
water.
say it
right?
would have been useful for Anna.
Everyone's pretty much at the water,
Yeah, what-
right?
I'm
Okay, so
I
I'm
want
gonna
to
keep
say
watching.
rogue.
I'm gonna keep watching the card. Can I make a perception check?
Sure thing.
Makes sense.
Which card?
Uh,
You
just
just
like
find
just like the
wagons.
caravan.
Okay.
I'm just gonna walk around the caravan.
Sure.
I don't have my armor on.
How far away would I have to walk to be out of sight of anyone?
For the most part, this is a hill, and it's down. There's like a tree or so, very nice, very small stones and things of the like. I guess you can, from this hill, kind of hook behind one of the larger stones or rocks. But
like
for the most part, it's
from the
it's,
water, I can't like be away from the.
The only real like clumping of trees is, like I said, way far off
Uh-huh.
to your left. So you would have to probably just find a large rock to get behind.
Okay, I'm gonna go like quite like maybe a 3-4 minute walk.
Okay.
Out, staying next to the
Trail.
river,
Oh, the river. Okay.
and then kind of just swim a bit. No armor, just alone.
This is when you get attacked.
This is when I die.
I got
Yeah.
17, but
Yes.
Order for on. 17. Nothing seems to be around the caravan as you're walking around the one side of it.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy.
Okay.
It's just the sound of people playing a river.
Yep. All right. Cool.
I'm trying to avoid the water as much as I can.
I believe it.
How far is this one?
No.
He's pretty close to the bridge with Lux. They're kind of sitting together trying to use the shade of the bridge.
Okay. I walk up to you and I whisper in your ear.
Give you 2 gold pieces to throw him
Wait, actually, let me see how much gold I have. I'll give you 10 gold pieces.
What do you have?
Decent amount.
More than the rest of us.
How much do you have?
Not enough.
Are there any fish in the river?
Looking like maybe like a tiny tadpole swimming in this moment, but no
Gotcha.
fishes amongst you.
No fish. Okay. It's just a fun thought.
Here's some with a fish.
Oil fish.
That was exactly the line of reasoning
Football
was.
spike them in the water.
Go get it.
Yep.
This one trusts me. I will not do this.
I'll do it.
And then, like, as a horde of piranhas, you three descend upon him to throw him into the
I
river.
whispered that to you.
Okay.
I'm only like 4 minutes away.
You're like 4 minutes away, and then are swimming quickly.
And I go to him. Give you 10 gold pieces if you let me throw you in.
No.
Thank you.
Think of all the milk that could get you.
Shake the bag.
It will not.
I'm not going in the water.
I'm bribing a child to let me harm it. Alright. Since none of them are fun, I go back to the caravan.
Really, you could have just thrown him in anyways, but
No.
Yeah, not like he can fight back.
I don't want to face the wrath.
I have
What was
-2
the-
strength.
Jaron, what was the name of the dagger again?
Autumn's house.
The dagger of fairy radiance.
Dagger of Fury Radiance.
Trademark.
And I'm just
And he's
continuing
writing it
to
down.
walk around the caravan.
Jaren's changing its name.
I'm kind of humming to myself, singing some dwarvish songs.
Mhm.
Just in a really terrible accent.
You want to demonstrate?
Dwarvish songs.
Please learn.
That just sounds like Klingon, like the Klingon operas.
Mm.
I imagine he's just walking around the caravan. Just singing Bon Jovi. His
I
Bon
was
Jovi.
thinking like Rammstein for dwarves.
He's just singing Du hast. Which has like 5 words. He's definitely just singing like full hairband rock to himself.
Sure thing.
Motley Crue.
I didn't even ask where you got that dagger.
I told you at the bottom of the river.
Oh, did you? Okay. It just occurred to me.
Yeah,
Which one?
that's how I
Motley
opened it up. I said, "Hey, I
Motley
got
Crue?
this dagger at the
Oh,
bottom of
there
the
you go.
river."
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Are any others of you doing it?
Negative.
Swimming far away.
Okay.
I'm playing my hammer as a guitar solo.
Snap.
I'm gonna join him
And
on.
he's audibly just like with the like making the
I'm
guitar.
gonna show off and start playing on
And
my
as soon
mandolin.
as someone else comes up, he stops.
Okay. There's a work hand to like peek over, and you're just like leaning up against the wagon, just looking at him. I just thought I heard something over here.
Go back.
Very surprised look to his face.
Do you play anything?
No.
Damn. Whoa!
As the night comes, Lux approaches the grouping of you as some of you are getting out of the river after many hours of swimming, others of you simply getting up.
Many
from your
hours?
place.
Did you guys just look like prudes?
You tell that to the purple tiefling.
One.
With orange hair.
one
Rustic hair.
Yeah, you're a genius.
Hey kid. He kinda looks like a prune.
It's funny that you should play 2 soulless characters in a row.
That
Lux
just shows more about
approaches
him.
Karen SAAKA as he tries to gather you two together. He goes, "This was a good day. Glad the work has got. We've made progress. For that I'm grateful. But we are going to have to push on.
Aye.
Hopefully we're going to reach Krolder sometime in the next week.
Mm.
We're going to stop at Kroldyk for the next few days or so. See if we can't get some business there. And see what we can't do should they need help. Getting some extra money in our pockets wouldn't hurt. And then we'll continue onward. I'm hoping to fly under the sight of those guards that are there. And if what we're seeing is correct, there will be probably a small detachment there. What I'm asking is that you don't break anything while we are there. And that, should trouble come, you avoid.
Question. Kroldyk was the town that we went to first and investigated, correct? Yeah.
They were the ones that had to do that.
I told them I would help them.
Time to face your mistakes.
I didn't do anything though!
Time to face your mistakes.
What mistake did I make? What did I do, huh?
Exist.
Helping someone.
Here I thought Daphne
helped
was
the
the
stranger
problem
in me.
child.
Swim the fastest.
He smiles.
All right then. Let's make it our effort to get there quickly. Who knows if they're still on our tail?
Hmm.
He looks to the rest of the work hands. I hope that this will be a wonderful time. He then turns and you see that in an attempt to calm himself, he's humming to himself as he walks. Okay. Are you all doing anything before the night comes?
Since we're about to
Attuning to the dagger.
Okay.
yeah, if I haven't already, I'm attuning to that ring by now.
I believe you had said outside that you were going to take that to attune.
Yep. Just start the next forgery attempt.
I'll say throughout the coming week of travel, you can make your rolls for it. But
Sure
tonight
thing.
It's just some base drafts. As you all awake, once again, each one of you taking your shift. Another peaceful night seemingly having come to pass. Some of you not knowing how long this will last before more problem sports ranks. You fall back into the caravan line, back onto the highway, and towards Kroldyk. The push to Kroldyk is quiet. There's some travelers that are heading the opposite direction on the Neuron Highway. Some give a wave and a smile. Others steer clear of some of the rough figures. You all, attempting to keep their head down. As the nights come and the suns begin to set, you watch the clouds set of portraits for the magnificent fall of the sun itself. The yellowish sunlight dying down in its descent, the orange streaking across the sky, the pinkish red reaching through the clouds and filling out the edges of the coming night sky. The purple black night being illuminated by the colors of the waning sun. The clouds attempting to darken the light and contain it, but the clouds can't seem to keep the setting sun from giving a display to you all night by night. As you are traveling for the week, you are doing forgery.
Yes.
Please make another deception check with your proficiency bonus and a sleight of hand check with your proficiency bonus.
Okay, starting with the deception. 7. Actually, no. 8. Sleight of hand. Oh, right, with proficiency. So that's a 10, and this will be a 20. Dirty 20.
You're getting better. The physical part of it you have down. Like you're able to get the handwriting perfectly down. Not a problem. You are still not having the right sort of right material for it. It does not sound official enough as you read it back to yourself in your head, and you end up scrapping this set as well. As it's not there. You have some nice bases, some nice starts, but you can't make these sentences last.
Okay.
Anyone else got anything? Or are we pushing on?
Hanging out with Jesse.
Okay.
Just hanging out with Cedric and Jesse.
Can I arm wrestle him?
He will do it.
Let's do it.
This turtle will ruin you.
Yes, he will.
You could
How
throw
about
me
the
one
20
hand.
Just a
Better
Last
turtle.
words.
him than me.
Can I? What does he add?
You don't
Plus
know.
30.
Not good for him.
Let's go. 21.
You see that as he's like trying to put his hand up, his left hand that's shaking, you just grab it and slam it before he's ready, and he goes, "Oh,
You're beating up an old decrepit
Hey,
one.
one fair and square.
how many times do we got to teach you this lesson?"
You want to offer us some?
Okay.
COIL beats you.
Can I have body inspiration on myself?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe you can.
I cast guidance on myself. Screw you.
He's a child.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna lose because of my luck.
He's got a negative strength.
He's gonna get like a nat 20. It's Nate.
I have -2 strength.
He's gonna get a nat 20. Use this one.
Ready?
1,
2, 3. Fuck. Oh!
Oh, okay.
What'd you get? 20.
And the crowd goes wild!
Hey, at least I didn't lose.
You're like, why can't it be the child?
You are struggling.
Actually, no. Bards can't inspire.
They can't?
Let's go!
Really?
You choose a creature other than yourself.
In your face!
Can't inspire yourself. Good to know.
That's depressing.
It is.
No one's asking how the bard. Okay.
I got a 20.
So, harder than you expect, but it's probably because he's using both of his hands and is leaping every once in a while on the ground to try and push
Hey,
it
hey, hey,
down.
you don't do that. You only use the one hand.
But you kind of allow it, and you're playing along. You're like, oh no.
Throw him across the room.
Hey, Jesse. Tell this kid the one story you told me.
When I was a child,
No, not that one. That one. The one from, you said it was like a couple years ago.
one night.
Hey, this one's crazy. I was laughing so hard.
You gather around and push on. You finally, near the end of the week, reach a day of downpour. No Kylo going constantly back and forth between the sun and rain. It finally decided to just let it pour. The droplets fall once again hard, fast, and heavy, making a loud rushing noise. You travel on until you finally begin to see the town. Lux looks over to Care and he goes, I hope you have a cover for yourself, because they look like they will have questions. Looking back, you see the town. It is very base. No wall is more as a tall wooden fence that surrounds the entire circumference of the town. Only a few feet, past a dozen feet high, from this entire fence that protects it. It makes a crescent arched doorway entrance. A bending wooden arch with the head of a pickaxe at the very top at the north entrance, which you are all approaching. The doors are unsurprisingly thin. A small handle to open it. The creaky, rickety door reaching only half the height of the wall itself. As you draw close, you see two guards standing at this door. They themselves have dark brown leathers with pieces of armor at their shoulders, elbows, and kneecaps. Their helm completely surrounds their head. A multi-layered leather detail falls from the back of the head, with metal studs on each layer of leather. A metal visor with 4 pill-shaped slits rests over their brow and eyes, making those features on these men hard to read. The only parts that are visible are from the eyes and nose down. They have cloth attached and hanging from their waist, split on 3 sides. 2 on each side and 1 in the back. Their colors are a deep brown with hints of red in the dark armor. The cloth being a dark brown outside that hangs on their legs with a red interior inside. Each one of them has, Carrie, you would at least have seen these before, but not really have seen them up close. A long musket rifle around their shoulders, well polished and kept, and a melee weapon at either one of their sides. They both wear a symbol sewn into their chest piece, which you are very familiar with. CAEDRIK, you've lived here, grown up. You've seen the symbol of the Bygone Guard several times. They both bear, it's a fossilized Tyrannosaurus Rex head looking forward. Two double-sided torches with dim light coming from them placed on either side of this skull as it looks ahead, ever vigilant. As you approach, Lux's cart slowing before coming to a stop. He gestures for you, Care, to step forward.
Thank you.
As you see, one of the soldiers steps towards him, a hand in the air as he approaches Lux and yourself as you begin to walk yourself. His face is covered by the visor, but a clean-shaven face with a sharp chin. What's all this? State your business. Lux begins with a submissive position in response. We're not here to bring trouble, friend. We mean no harm to this town. We're a freelancing caravan. We're looking to see if we can't sell some of our wares before moving on to Repton. The soldier looks at Lux before the other one, a little bit of a heftier man with a full-grown black beard, walks up behind his partner, the visor also covering his face from the nose, eyes, and forehead. He looks over Jesidiah and his compatriots over to the left. And he goes, "Care to explain that?" And then turns and looks at you all, one by one. And he goes, the heftier man, "For a simple caravan, you carry quite a bit of muscle with you." Lux smiles and replies, "Well, I said we were a freelancing caravan, not idiots. They were a mercenary group under my pay to keep us safe." The heavy said, "Soldier, fair enough." He strokes his beard for a second before looking back, the rain soaking through what of his beard he has and even through some of his leather armor. And he turns to you, Cap.
Mhm.
If you don't mind, there could probably be some work for you here in Kraldeck. Plenty of problems that are around, and we don't have enough men to keep a man from pissing on a building, let alone deal with half the problems that are coming to us. If it's all right, I'll inform the sergeant so she doesn't send troops at you. But I could inform her of a mercenary group in town. What do they call you?
We are the menagerie.
Menagerie.
Yes.
He gives a slow nod before he steps to the door and opens his side, and the thin man steps back and opens inside, allowing you to enter Kraldeck. As you go past, they go, "Try to be kind, but keep your wits about you. Most of them are simple miners, but you could be eaten alive."
Hospitable folk, then.
So, Menagerie. Welcome to Kraldeck. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
It only took us like 5 months, but we made it to a town.
What's a menagerie? I like that.
Yeah.
I know, I was like, that's what we are.
I
would-
was I
really like
that.
We
I
have
haven't
a while
a
ago.
snake boy, demons, a wolf.
I like the menagerie.
Cat. Satyr.
Really good.
Satyr.
Really good.
And
We,
whatever
we
the-
had a few different variations of
and whatever the fuck OLMAGTE is.
of adjectives like OLMAGTE, yeah, goodness, like Lost Menagerie or Mystic Menagerie. But on the spot, just went for the basic version.
No,
I
that's
actually
good.
like
That's
the
good.
base one a lot.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Thank you all for joining us for a longer episode. This was our first one back in a while, so we decided just to make it a bit longer as a celebration for us and also for you guys. If you like it, be sure to keep updated and to look out for this channel because we will continue to keep posting.
Ooh.
This episode of Tales of Ithalian is sponsored by There's Bald Tag.
You child.
And with that, enjoy your night.